Trish.
Hello, hello. Works? Works? Oh yeah, perfect. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear project partners, stakeholders from the various countries, institutions. I'm very happy to welcome you here today. So I hope you feel fine. How you feel today? Did you have a good journey, safe journey, good breakfast, whatever? I hope that you are as excited as I am to be part of this inspiring conference, because we will have a great journey ahead of us. I'm your moderator. I will guide you through this day today, through the journey of reviewing RRI2SCALE and TeRRIFICA. And as every journey is, it's an inspiring experience. You will have the chance to have a networking during the day and meet people from all these different regions, countries, and project partners. And as every journey is inspiring, I think at the end of the day, we will leave this venue and go back to our countries and have all these variety of meaningful ideas and visions in mind, and you will transmit them to your respective ecosystems. And that's the idea of the conference today. So again, a very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the joint organizers. We are here today for the joint final conference, as I said, of the two fascinating projects from Horizon 2020 that are both running out by the end of this year. I can use this. Can you give me sound here? No. Well, we stay with this one, don't worry. I can stay with this one. RRI2SCALE, Responsible Research and Innovation Ecosystems at Regional Scale for Intelligent Cities, Transport and Energy. And that was a project that was running for 3 years. TeRRIFICA, Territorial RRI Fostering Innovative Climate Action, a 4 years project, and both projects address the most urgent topics of today, of our anthropogenic era and future generations. As you know, climate change and the consequences of overpopulation, increasing urbanization with emerging megacities and arising challenges with regards to transport, mobility, energy procurement, and societal cohabitation. So the fact is, nearly all planetary boundaries are by far exceeded as a result of human activity and its climate-damaging behavior. Human CO2 footprints hits another record, and this despite trillions of investment and finance of ESG, environment, social governance. The 9 global priorities relating to human-induced changes to the environment are more relevant than ever. Why this? How quickly do we need to reduce CO2 emissions in order to limit global warming to these 2 degrees that have been decided at the Paris Climate Conference in 2015? There is a strong plea towards politics, economy, and society to reconcile social and ecological requirements and to rethink our perception of living, our perception of endless growth, to redefine our core values and to foster the planet's resilience. It is within the responsibility of all of us, of science, civil society, and politics, to search for a way out, embedding responsible research and innovation for smart and climate-resilient European regions. This is the slogan and the motto of our today's conference. This was exactly the driving force of the 2 projects whose results will be presented today. The timing of the conference was chosen exactly in this time frame because there's another conference running tomorrow and the day after, the Open Science Communication Conference, and this will connect complex research concepts and topics with the concepts that are familiar to the public, such as climate change, artificial intelligence, and cutting technologies. So it's all really merging, and the main goal of the conference is the presentation of recent and inspirational practices, exchange of ideas and approaches, and networking, of course, between those international partners. So what is the agenda of today? Let me guide you through the day. Shortly introducing you to the 2 projects. The motto, as I said, Embedding RRI for Smart and Climate Resilient European Regions. What does RRI mean? Responsible research and innovation has emerged in recent years as a science policy framework which seeks to align with broader social values and to support the institutional decisions. And we are very proud to have actually the founder and initiator of responsible research and innovation here today, Dr. René von Schomberg. The overall goal is to produce ethically acceptable, sustainable and socially desirable research and innovation outcomes. RRI's rationale is that science and technology have the power to transform the future. So what is RRI2SCALE, the first project? We have 11 partners from 7 European countries. We have 4 pilot European regions under scrutiny. And RRI2SCALE has designed a broad, innovative methodology to support regional research and innovation governance systems and to address their regional dilemmas. We will see these during the presentations today. Diverse methodological tools have been applied. So you have online platform, regional dialogues, large-scale regional surveys, the Delphi exercise, the scenario exploration system game, as well as monitoring and evaluation. So it's the whole entire range of tools that will be explored. 6 opposite technomoral scenarios, 2 scenarios for each of the 3 domains, so intelligent cities, intelligent energy, intelligent transport, were tested via the GRC, the Joint Research Center Scenario Exploration System of the EU, and the basis for the regional agendas and roadmaps that have been brought to run in the different countries. The scenario exploration system, by the way, you have the chance to explore it today. There are 2 experts here, and they will show you how this SUS works. It's a tool and an interactive workshop that you can participate yourself. The registration was already this morning, I guess. The 6 opposite scenarios show potential research and innovation trajectories and their impact on policy, socioeconomic and environmental level. The objective of RRI2SCALE was to define what the key constituting elements of territorial research and innovation ecosystems are and what citizens think and what their suggestions for future improvement are. So RRI2SCALE has developed a toolkit that can be adopted across countries and beyond Europe in different projects, and is giving a nice idea how to work in other projects. What is TeRRIFICA? We have 8 partners and 6 pilot regions. Climate change is the defining challenge of our times, as I said, and if you want to achieve the net zero carbon economy by 2050 as foreseen, more and better focused research and innovation is in need. This was exactly the goal of TeRRIFICA, to influence climate change policies by fostering responsible research and innovation in those 6 European countries. Through a multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary effort, the project consortium looked for best practice and transformed the 6 pilot territories into living labs. It was really fascinating what had been done. It was very successful. You will hear that during the day. And they really created climate action plans. The overall goal is to set up tailored roadmaps and key performance indicators, how to mitigate climate change in those countries at regional level and through a multi-stakeholder approach. A particular focus was given on authorities and policymakers. Citizens were involved through a crowd mapping tool. This is very exciting. You will see what they are going to explain. The different work package partners are here. Participatory policy making was a core focus. So through workshops and regional and international summer schools, TeRRIFICA could successfully really empower those regions and the local people regional authorities and policymakers. What is the agenda later today? Following the joint opening at 11, from 11 to 3:15 in the afternoon, we will have two separate sessions. We will have the RRI2SCALE session and the TeRRIFICA session, dedicated to the different work packages and going through the entire journey of these two projects. The TeRRIFICA session, Future Visions of Integrating Responsible Research and Innovation into Climate Actions, will be steered by Norbert Steinhaus, project coordinator from Vila Bonn, and the RRI2SCALE session will give an insight in implementing regional RRI in smart cities, energy and transport. And this will be done by Margot Betsy, who is not here in person, but she will be here online. By the way, I want to welcome also all our participants online, because we are streamed. There are a lot of participants from different countries that are here as well. We don't see them, but they are present. So a warm welcome to those again. During the parallel sessions, you will explore in different work packages the two projects. We need to keep the time frame. That's why I'm not being too long. And I will remember everybody waving my card if it's really a bit too long. There will be a lunch break between 1 and 2 p.m. This is also an invitation, of course, for networking. And after the parallel sessions in the afternoon, we will meet again here in the room for the final third part towards responsible and sustainable policy making at regional level. So this will be in the afternoon after the afternoon break. We will take a look at other Horizon 2020 projects and their impact in empowering regions and local authorities. And Territoria recommendations will be given. Territoria, it's another project that we will see as well. Recommendations will be given for responsible regional innovation, and there is another project in the Western Balkan countries, WBC RRI, enhancement of self-sustaining RRI ecosystems, also part of the Horizon 2020 SWAFS program, Science with and for Society, and investigate how the different projects can learn from each other. What is the outcome of today's conference? The outcome is actually to give policy implications and recommendations to policy makers, and this will be done in a subsequent conference at the beginning of December in Brussels. So, in an open discussion with all our project coordinators and our honorary speakers, we will then figure out the best practice in communicating project results to those policymakers. On behalf of both organizers, I wish all of us an inspiring conference now. So the conference will start. And now it's my great pleasure to welcome our first honorary speaker, Dr. René von Schomberg. He is a philosopher, and he is, well, virtually the founder and initiator of responsible research and innovation. He is a science and technology studies specialist. He has been with the European Commission for really a long time, from 98 until 21. And as I said, he is virtually the founder of RRI, so we are very proud to have him here. He has been involved in the definition and elaboration of RRI, and he is author of 15 books translated in half a dozen languages. And last but not least, the first editor of the most comprehensive book on responsible innovation today. The title is The International Handbook on Responsible Innovation, a Global Resource, that had been published in 2019. So very happy to have you here. The title of your lecture today, The Role of Responsible Research and Innovation for Achieving Sustainable European Regions. Dr. von Schomberg, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. It's really great to be with you. It's a real pleasure to be able to address my talk, in which I try to combine topics you addressed in both projects, in TeRRIFICA and RRI2SCALE. But let me first congratulate you with these projects, because I think in the last 15 years, one of the successes, I believe, from RRI is that in projects like, yet in these two again, you have engaged an enormous amount of people across sectors, across scientific disciplines, and that in itself is an achievement, and that points also to something which is core to RRI, of course, to advance our deliberative democracy in the field of science and technology and innovation. But it also points out to governance deficits, which you, both in your projects, also have accounted and tried to tackle. And as it was already announced, although I am an agricultural scientist by training, I'm foremost a philosopher, although I was 23 years lost in the commission. And you know, now I'm again at the University of Aachen as a senior research fellow. So when I play again the philosopher, then these have nasty habits. And one nasty habit is that they first make the problem much bigger than you think they really are, before they ever start thinking about solutions. So I will do that here too, so I apologize in advance for that. But having said that, I think having ideas such as RRI is one thing, but trying to implement them in projects like you did is another thing, and I think the latter one is actually more important. And again, my congratulations, because I'm really fascinated by the results, and although I don't have yet all the outcomes in front of me, but it looks really, really fascinating, and I hope to learn more today. So let me see if I can handle this. So so I'm coming from the Netherlands. Actually, I'm born in one of the regions RRI2SCALE has studied or worked on, over IJssel. But let me start with the Netherlands, because this is a peculiar country when it comes to sustainability, which is yet another core issue for RRI. And so we have 17.5 million inhabitants, which makes the Netherlands the most populated country in Europe. Long time it was the most populated country in the world. But we have 11.4 million pigs. We used to have 50 million, I think, because of all kinds of pests and other problems. It had to be reduced, already pointing out to the ceiling we have reached here in the Netherlands. But, well, we see a lot of people on the streets, but we don't see these pigs. So we don't know where are they. To make it worse, we have also 3.8 million cows, and we have 99.9 million chickens. Now, is this sustainable? In order to feed the 11.4 million pigs, we need 12 million hectare aerial land outside of the Netherlands to grow TeRRIFICA male to feed these pigs. So to feed these pigs, we need a pretty sizable part of India to grow these TeRRIFICA. We only have 2 million hectares available in our own country. So this shows you the relationship where we are. So if we talk about ecological footprints, and I think for the Netherlands, I think this translates in effect, if you want to have the equal wealth of the Netherlands all over the world, you need 3.6 Earths. So obviously we have reached the limits there. Now, another example, we export 500 tomatoes per second. So 1,000 tomatoes have just left the country. So you see, this goes this is enormous. And if you go to tomato farmers in the west of the Netherlands, they will say, we do this all very sustainable. We do sustainable farming, and if you go to these farming practices, they are indeed very impressive. What you can squeeze out of 1 square meter is enormous. I think we reached the maximum biocapacity there. But I think here we reach, and this is what I want actually to go into, to the different dynamics which we have at the global, local and regional level. Now, of course, Dutch farming is very industrialized, and it is driven by global market logics. Obviously, in order to be competitive, you have to do that, what people learn at the agricultural universities, to try to get more out of the ground per square meter in order to be competitive. So you have, of course, very high intensive agriculture, but this leads to the situation that we have ever larger farms, ever less farmers. We have, of course, since decades, high suicide rates among farmers, higher than in any other profession. But we have also contradictory logics. Just to mention the most recent one, is that because of sustainable development policies, these farmers, of course, emit too much nitrodioxin. And these farmers who have been a couple of years subsidized to make their farms bigger, now have to give up their farms because they produce too much nitrodioxin in the proximity of natural environments. So the state has, and that was just today in the news, will buy out some of these farmers for 120% of the market value of their farm. And here we show it's just one governance deficit we have here, because you see that states are forced for a policy of compensation when it comes to environmental impacts. Sorry? No, I'm just talking. Don't, it's comes later. I don't know whether you are addicted to slides, but so this means that this contradictory logic is this policy of compensation you have already seen in environmental areas over decades. It started already with nuclear energy. States are forced to pay for the nuclear waste disposal, etc., etc. This is a governance deficit. And again, we have a governance deficit, of course, when sustainable development policies at national level contradict with global market drivers, which forces agriculture to act like the Dutch farmers do. Now, in this area of sustainability, actually our old wisdom don't hold anymore. So we have this famous statement, give a man a fish and he has food for a day, teach a man how to fish and he has food for a lifetime. Well, this statement is of course outdated, not only because of gender-related issues, but also because this resembles still the old idea of what is actually enshrined in the treaty of the Constitution of the United States, namely the pursuit of happiness. And the idea behind it is, of course, that everybody, the immigrants who went to the US, they all could acquire a piece of land and just work hard and produce their happiness. There was access to resources for everybody, and there was arable land for everybody. There were actually virtually no limits. Now, of course, we know since long that this doesn't hold anymore. We have, of course, not infinity of resources anymore. And the principal access to resources also have run out. If you want now to have a piece of aerial land, you will not be able to start with it. If you start from scratch, you would not even have the money to finance it. So the ideology, of course, to solve all these problems, again also in the light of the recent conference on climate change, is that with technology we can solve all these issues. This has been a constant factor since the 1960s, that just by increasing our technological capacity, we can compensate for population growth, we can compensate for all these things, all these contradictions I just mentioned. Of course, this is an ideology, as we know. We also know that, in fact, the whole economic model is not working anymore, because it's in fact the other way around. In many areas on Earth, population growth is outstripping economic growth, and thereby actually putting in question the model of economic growth itself. So, okay, then what this now means? Well, this is where I will hint to some of the governance deficits we have, and then later try to relate this to RRI. I think if you look to the regulations we have, in principle we at hand are market regulations and state regulations. Some have, of course, traditionally important advantages. For example, and especially at the level of national states, you can say that they are responsible for the equitable distribution of goods among the citizens. Of course, this varies from country to country in what type of concept of social justice you use, if it's more utilitarian or not. But all modern states do have such a system at place. But of course, the problem here is that we don't have an equivalent on the global level. We do this still at the national level. We certainly don't have concepts of social justice at the international level, apart from some small elements in international treaties. But what is more, we don't have mechanisms for the equitable maintenance of public goods. We have privatized our areas and access to the resources to do this pursuit of happiness, so to speak. And as a consequence, because we cannot regenerate these public goods in a sufficient time frame, it means that the equitable distribution of goods within nations also started to jeopardize and creates, of course, new poverty gaps, both among nations and within nations. The same is true for market regulation. Obviously it has advantages, and very often any form of efficiency is naturally a market advantage. If you have more energy efficient and you can do something cheaper, then automatically you have an advantage. But everybody knows that this has a limit. If you have very efficient cars, people buy 2 of them and you have the same problem. So we don't have something like a ceiling there, and so this means also that we have no incorporation of a value of what our public goods actually are. There are more shortcomings here, but for time reasons I will just go on. But these are the most fundamental ones, and they hint to the following problem. So if we have at the state and the market level different mediations between either individuals when it comes to the market, or between individuals and the society when it concerns the state, we lack actually the interaction when it comes to the environment, individuals and society in relation to basic needs, needs which relate to the maintenance of public goods, access to water, clean air, etc. Now, this is where then also a new mechanism has to come in. Our systems of state, of democracy in terms of negotiating and voting is outdated in relation to the problems we face in this area. In the area of science and technology, we cannot operate with these mechanisms. We need new mechanisms. We need mechanisms of deliberative democracy, of debate, mediation and transition management, which is actually a core element of RRI. And we have to establish this with means of international law for example, also by means of the precautionary principle, and foremost by an ethics of co-responsibility. I will have to go into this element of responsibility later because this is the most innovative element actually in RRI, because it allows citizens and actually all, let's say, all actors on the so-called quadruple helix to work together on overlapping consensuses concerning what actually the problems are. Now, just to go back, just to an example that still, and this is still resembles only a national level, that of course we can still, with the old mechanisms, still make some progress. You see here examples of frugal innovation, where in India the income gaps between these two women, for example, is 1,000 to 1, but they still have the same phone because the state facilitated very early cheap Nokia phones for everybody. Maybe more impressive is this one. This is also an example of what we call frugal innovation, so innovation for more people for less cost but better quality. And this is artificial food for $28. In the US it costs $20,000 to build such a thing. But what is important actually to keep in mind is that we cannot do that in our countries. If you would have in the system of the Netherlands, for example, you know, why we cannot have such a food for $28? Then you will run into a system which doesn't allow you to get it. We have to reflect on this. We still can learn from states which are with lesser resources, can actually do more, but it shows the limits of the systems and the entrenchments of the problems we have run into today. Now, I hinted out, I think, let me see, I think I have a few minutes, no? Then I'll end with this slide. These governance deficits I pointed out to in an arguably insufficient matter for time reasons, but they resemble also the problem of responsible research and innovation, not just as an idea, but as a new paradigm for innovation. Now, there are actually three paradigms. One is state innovation. I will not go into this because it will take too much time. But maybe the most critical one is the most dominant one we currently have in place, and which actually also related to my previous slides, is that we have predominantly a market orientation in terms of innovation, where it actually doesn't matter what type of innovations we produce. Innovations are a priori seen to be good because they are believed to contribute to prosperity of nations at all. So it doesn't really matter what type of innovation we produce in this paradigm. What only matters, and you see that also in most policy documents of virtually the last 60 years, up till very recently, also in the European Commission where I work, it's all about we have to speed up our innovation, we have to become more competitive, we have to catch up with the US and Japan and China and so on. And it's operating on the basis of just making the frameworks for innovation better. Now this model exactly is, in my view, responsible for the governance deficits and the contradictions we show in the area of sustainability. They were also typically key tech-oriented. Research and innovation policy was traditionally always focused on either biotech, nanotech, or more recently AI, because these new technologies are supposed to deliver the economic prosperity states hopes to get out of them. And we operate on the basis of what I call an ethical constraints ethics. Some things we don't allow, but we don't have a vision on actually what we want to get out of science and innovation. And this is precisely the key point of RRI. RRI is about driving innovations towards social desirable ends, and we have to have an idea on what these social desirable ends are, and we have to try to agree upon them in a deliberative form. So we see that the paradigm shift we actually try to establish, and you cannot do this in projects because this is a social political issue, and this is an issue which has to go at the highest level in order to make this work and to make us responsible not just about the risk of new technologies, but also on the type of outcomes we actually want to have. And you can actually think that the Green Deal, for example, is a small example, maybe one of the first examples at the European level in which states have taken the responsibility to work towards a goal in 2050 and to do some transition management on how to get there, also with legislative matters. And I think we will have to see this more in the future, also in other domains. It means also that our governance mechanisms have to go far beyond addressing market hurdles. It has to include public-private partnerships and overlapping forms of consensus between citizens, stakeholders, and market operators in what type of innovation we actually want. Of course, the prevailing definition on how to tackle climate change or whatever is still in terms of becoming more efficient, to get more new technologies, etc., etc. But I think this model will not work. Even the most efficient technologies will not work if we don't have a good governance system. So, and this governance, of course, is key to your projects. And what in terms of ethics changes here is, in my view, that we don't operate anymore on an ethics of constraints in the terms of what we don't want, but in something in what we do want to get out of science and technology. What are the normative visions of what type of science and technology, what type of outcomes we want? And this is why foresight and an inbuilt future perspective for RRI is essential. And I see that you have this actually both incorporated in your projects. Interesting also for citizen science in the TeRRIFICA part is that citizen science is of course not different than normal science. But what is different is that citizens have a stake in the outcomes. And citizens go to places where normal scientists don't go. If you talk about climate change is normally studies which affects our climate at a global level. But we have no idea what it means for regions, for cities, when this is translated. We have actually no idea how regional climate change works out. We have actually not sufficient knowledge about them. So that means we have to discuss and mediate more with engaged actors to find overlapping definitions on how we want to work on this. And I think this is one of the key innovations of what we have now at the European level. And that's what is now dubbed as mission-oriented research. Unfortunately, again, this is sometimes communicated as missions like putting a man on the moon. But again, this is a technological perspective. What is actually new about it is that the missions are not geared at solving a technological efficiency problem, but they are geared at solving societal problems. And you have an old book of the 70s from Robert Nelson about the moon and the ghetto. And there it's very interesting analyzed that we can solve the problems of getting someone to the moon, but we cannot solve the problems of the ghetto. And this is actually the first time we do missions at such a scale that end with everything RRI has to offer. So co-design of agendas, co-creation, stakeholder participation, but most for all, also stakeholder commitment towards outcomes and ethical drivers and forms of collective co-responsibility across sectors and nations in order to push for particular outcomes in particular time frames. So this is, of course, in itself also an innovation, I would say, and belongs to a new paradigm. We are not there yet because we also need to readdress how we actually fund and organize science. Because we have made, and this is my final statement for today, we have made science and technology funding too competitive, and we actually compete too much rather than we collaborate. And this is an essential element in the shift of paradigm as well in innovation when it comes to RRI. By having made science too competitive, as we have seen with COVID, for example, we would not have a vaccine if we would have done this in the traditional way of competition. It would normally take 10 to 15 years to have a vaccine. But maybe most of all, pharmaceutical industries would not have produced that vaccine, but because for them it's not an economically interesting element. It's only interesting after they have received billions of euros and dollars to be subsidized to produce it. But scientists for the first time became globally in a collaborative mode to produce it. And this form of collaboration, of course, was still maybe suboptimal, but already made a dramatic difference in terms of what type of outcomes we get out of science. And again, the example of vaccine should actually not be only just a public good in terms of national public goods, but planetary public goods. And this is yet again a governance deficit. We can produce public goods still only on the national level, but we do not, and also not with COVID, ensure that vaccines are accessible and affordable for everybody on Earth. So the challenge is yet to go to, and this would be RRI consistent, to produce these planetary public goods. So I'll leave you with these big issues, and I look forward how you have addressed some of those, also in terms of governance deficits and in your project. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope
Thank you very much, René von Schomburg, for your inspiring presentation and this player towards a new paradigm shift in science. Really exciting. It's a really good introduction for the entire day. And now we want to look a bit more in TeRRIFICA. You mentioned already the project, that it was really a very innovative approach that they have taken. Norbert Steinhaus is giving you this introduction to the project. He is the project coordinator, and it was a really international cooperation that has taken place, and it's organized by WILA. Let me give you a short introduction to the Wissenschaftsladen Bonn in Germany, based in Bonn in Germany. The science shop, WILA Bonn, dedicates its work to key social challenges. The enormous land use, energy transition, you name it, sustainable work fields, social justice, there are really different projects that you are dealing with, Norbert. In order to overcome those challenges, WILA aims to build a bridge between science and society. So we are at the same topic that René von Schomburg mentioned, and the overall objective is really enabling people to use their knowledge and their experience for a socially acceptable stance. And this is really what you mentioned also, René von Schomburg, that we have to involve the citizens in these decisions because they know better than maybe some institutional responsibles what to do, because they are living in their environment every day. And these societal challenges are taken by WILA. The education of people, both scientists and citizens, is one of the major importance of WILA Bonn. As far as I understand, WILA Bonn provides the coordinating team for the TeRRIFICA project. And TeRRIFICA is one of Norbert's various projects. It's the 10th international one. In 4 of them you have been the coordinator. You supported numerous more Horizon 2020 projects. You have a huge experience in those advisory boards. And you are actively involved also in the responsible research and innovation community. And also you are a coordinator in the Living Knowledge Network. So towards climate resilient regions. What was the experience of TeRRIFICA, Norbert Steinhaus? We are excited to learn from you.
Yes, thank you very much, Isa, and welcome to everybody here. I'm happy to be able to talk to you about the TeRRIFICA project. I'm happy that I have this gorgeous team here with me that they will be able to tell you about their success stories. Without you, it would not have been possible to get to this point here. Maybe before I go into the presentation, a few words in response to what René said about RRI and the governance system. It reminds me a bit of a neighbor farmer where I live, and he was talking about an old apple tree which didn't bring fruits anymore. And he wanted to cut it down, and another farmer said, just wait, just put an axe into the trunk and you will see next year there will be fruits again. And it was true. Yeah, so he put this tree under stress so that the tree reproduced fruits any longer. And maybe we should think about this when talking about governance systems. Maybe we should put an axe into the system to make it more fruitful in the coming seasons. And maybe this also happened with RRI. It disappeared from the text, not really from the agenda, but from the text in the funding programs, but it's there. And I think what happened in Horizon Europe with the calls is even more fruitful what we had in the 7th framework program. Yeah, so sometimes the creativity by letting something disappear from the surface is empowered. Yeah, so I think although RRI is not on the high level of recognition as a term, it exists and it's implemented in these projects. But I absolutely agree about the competitiveness in projects. So some words about TeRRIFICA. Just to give you this overview here, we are going through some different stages of the project, and of course we will learn more throughout the whole day. It was a project starting in 2019. It was planned as a 3.5-year project. Corona made us extend it a little bit. We have 8 partners. Isa already said that. 6 regions initially, but thanks to our partners here from Serbia, there was an outreach to more than just the Serbian territory. It went out to more, and you can see it where our partners have been active, introducing the concept of climate change adaptation. The starting point when submitting this idea for TeRRIFICA was coming from the call about territorial responsible research and innovation. And territory in the call text was mentioned as not only the geographical territory, but also regions who have a similar need, a similar problem. And this brought us to the idea of addressing climate change. And one basic statement from the very beginning was that there is no lack of information when it comes to climate change. Information is available. There are different opinions, yeah, so people fight about the interpretation of these data, yeah, but the information is there. What is missing is practice. So in this case, we try to combine territory and social commitment in addressing this trans-territorial issue of climate change. And due to the varying severity and nature of climate impacts in these different regions, of course we had to go different paths in addressing these. And just to give you a short overview how we did that, we started with identification of stakeholders and thinking about what would be the best way to work with them. So this is, of course, because of the cultural differences in the different regions, because of the different state of experience in working in multi-stakeholder groups, we had to address this issue differently. After that, when we talked with a core group of stakeholders, we invited citizens in setting the agenda for implementation paths of climate change adaptation. And the core element of this, how to get citizens in, was our crowd mapping tool. And you have the possibility to learn more from our Polish partners about this crowd mapping tool in the parallel session. It was a tool where people were asked to put a sign on a map where to demonstrate where they already experience climate change in their local environment. So this was our starting point, and with these local partners, we developed climate change adaptation plans to improve the situation they have addressed in this map. So this gives you a first impression of the crowd mapping tool, but in all cases where we started in the regions was the biggest challenge to make people aware that they have a voice, yeah, so that their knowledge about the local situation is important, and that they have influence, or that they can influence decision making on the local level or even beyond. So just rushing through the project a bit, giving you a first insight on success stories. I have 3 different foci on this. So the first one, which was at the core of our activities, was participation and cooperation. So it was not just us as a consortium working together, but it were the regional partners trying, not only trying, but being successful in finding partners for activities on the local level. So participation and cooperation was extremely important. And I from outside, because we were not running a pilot region ourselves, but from what I learned as a coordinator from our partners, this was a success because there was a higher level of participation of citizens in these activities in the regions. The new partners were found, new stakeholders could be involved in these development and innovation activities. Just as an example, our partners from Poland, there was a strong or good cooperation with the Poznan Metropolis Association to co-create a climate change adaptation plan on the regional level. Yeah, so we reached the governance level through the excellent activities of our Polish partners. We can say that cooperation and mutual consultation really worked in the regions. People listened to each other, people worked together, they developed innovative activities on different scales. From our Serbian partners, it could be said that city authorities have been taking up ideas from the participatory workshops we organized. So the voice of citizens was heard, and it was taken up, of course, on different implementation levels. So new green areas were designed on the city level or even in the environment of our partners' organizations. And it came, as I said, it was about implementation. So there was the idea of TeRRIFICA, when getting this data, this basic citizen science idea of collecting data for future research, we went a step further, and we said we cannot stop on the collecting stage of citizen science. Scientists and citizens and other relevant stakeholders have to work together on these data to implement solutions. And so this is an advanced approach of citizen science, not stopping with at the stage of data collection, but moving on towards innovations. And so we had these successes. There was commitment to implement ideas which were co-created together. The climate managers of the regions value the data the people collected. As René said, it's important to have this data on the local basis. Yeah, we have the global data. We have huge computer systems developing models how climate would change through the next years or decades. But the information on the local level is missing. And this is what was really appreciated in the regions by the climate managers, that they now have access to data put in by citizens. The information collected was given into schools for educational issues. Yeah, so teaching activities now can include the crowd mapping tool to work on local aspects. Students, school pupils can go out, can explore their environment and bring this information back into the classes, no matter if it's on the school level or, for example, in geography lessons. And of course, this project of TeRRIFICA in the Catalan region of our partners was accepted as, or was seen as a good example for co-creation, because it proved that co-creation works. And of course, after 4 years, we can say that TeRRIFICA was really successful as a model, not only on the Catalan level, but it was also seen as a reference project in the Green Deal call at the end of the Horizon 2020 funding period. We had scientific peer-reviewed publications from the project. This was not foreseen. It was not in our description of action. It was not in the action plan of the project. But the results our partners produced were so valuable that they were accepted by peer-reviewed journals. In eco-school toolboxes they are mentioned. The municipalities we address are now more open to co-creative formats. And the crowd mapping tool, and this was really fascinating to see, it is not only used in the pilot regions which belong to our project, but we had marks from Egypt, from Tunisia, from Greece, from Italy. So it was identified as a possibility, of course not as much as in the regions where we promoted TeRRIFICA, but when people got aware of this tool, they used it. Yeah, so it's an easy to use tool, it's open source, it can be used by everyone, it can be adapted to local needs, and I think this is something really good to promote further on. And of course, this activity, the work in TeRRIFICA, also affected our the recognition of our partners in their working environment. So, as a conclusion, it's important to keep RRI alive. Not in theory. Theory was important at the very beginning, but we have to keep it alive in practice. So, as I said, there are core exploitable results. Besides the results in the region, the open source crowd mapping tool, there are guides on co-creation and a lot of tools available if you want to start a similar activity. And this was a short introduction, more details during the afternoon session where we have the possibility to go into the results of the different regions and discuss also more in detail what challenges we faced in implementing TeRRIFICA. Just one last word on projects like these. When I look into the description of action, I still ask myself, how could this be funded? Yeah, because I also work as an evaluator on the European level. But when I see what we promised and what we got out of the project, I'm really happy that I have worked with such an excellent team, because we produced much more than we promised. We had more success than expected, so going beyond the deliverables we promised. And I still remember one word of our first project officer. They have changed throughout the project period, but she said, a project is a living body. And I think TeRRIFICA proved that, because we were able to adapt our activities definitely to the needs and values expressed in the regions participating in this project. So I think that was one of the aspects, that we had the flexibility, that we were able to anticipate the needs, that we were I forgot these process requirements of anticipation, reflective change. I think these aspects of RRI we fully implemented in our TeRRIFICA approach. So thank you very much to you all who participated, and thank you very much for the possibility to present it here.
Thank you very much, Norbert, for this inspiring results of TeRRIFICA. It's really outstanding. Actually, I wanted to mention, if you have questions, of course, you may interfere in between. It's not that we just wait until the end of the session to answer your questions. So if you want to address to the speakers, please feel free. Huh? Are there any comments or wishes to raise a question? No, okay. Otherwise, we keep it for later. Yeah. And now the technician, Bayun, you have to tell me how we introduce. Ah, Margot, good to see you. Buongiorno, come stai? Bene? We can't hear you still.
Can you hear me correctly?
I'm very happy to see you. We wish to have you here in presence, but anyhow, we feel like you are with us, huh, Margot? Margot Betsy, I'm going to introduce her. For health issues, she couldn't be present today herself, but she will join us now with the presentation. Margot works as Senior Project Manager in APRE, Agency for the Promotion of the European Research in Italy, based in Italy. She has been working since 2009 on EU research and innovation projects, policies, funding programs, you name it, focusing especially on the relationship between science, technology, and society. And this is the issue that we are tackling now with every presentation, how to interfere between these quadruple helix. This includes responsible research and innovation and the societal implications of technologies. We heard this several times, how technology could be applied properly to the societal needs and requirements. And yeah, you are very expert in digital transition and the internet and transformations with an academic background in communication science and media studies. You have this philosophical approach also to the problems, and you are looking at technologies and the digital transformation revolution with a sociological and humanities perspective, and I think this is very valuable. So we are excited to learn about the results of RRI2SCALE, how you managed to work with the governance and the citizens. And I think you have maybe also changed the title, but the title is towards RRI-driven smart regions, the experience of RRI2SCALE. So we are excited to learn how RRI2SCALE managed during the last 3 years.
So I hope you can hear me correctly and well.
We hear you properly.
I will share my presentation now. Please tell me if you can see it. Is it okay?
Yeah, everything is fine. And
good,
we hear you clearly.
Okay. Okay, let me go on presentation mode. So this is RRI2SCALE, which is aimed at embedding RRI for smart and climate resilient European regions. So it's a project that is a sister project to TeRRIFICA. They were funded under the same topic. We started perhaps 1 year later. And is a coordination and support action of about 2 million euros budget, which started at the beginning of 2020 and will end at the end of this year. It involves 11 partners, of which 4 pilot regions that you can see here. So based in Spain, we have got the region of Galicia, the region of Crete in Greece, Overijssel in the Netherlands, and Vestland in Norway. And so we try to cover in the project also the differentiation in Europe, so different culture, different latitude, different types of problems. So very different regions, north, south, so very different context. The overall assumption, the founding assumptions of the project can be summarized in 2 points. So first, territories have common challenges when developing their innovation and research and innovation strategies. So there is always a balance that needs to be kept between the objective of facilitating innovation and growth and economic growth and employment, and the capacity to protect and advance all those values and aspects linked to sustainability, inclusiveness, the quality of life of citizens, wellness, respect of environment, etc. So these 2 tendencies in our paradigm are still most of the times contradictory. So they are opposite forces. This was called in our assumptions the regional dilemma to be solved. The integration of RRI, it's easy to understand, should be aimed exactly at solving these contradictions and contradictory tension, right? Including values like inclusivity, transparency, sustainability, capacity of anticipate consequences within the strategies aimed at fostering innovation and growth. So the experimental objective we had, which was also part of the Commission's request in the call, was really to embed and harmonize responsible research and innovation principles and values in an actionable way at the level of regional innovation strategies and governance processes. So see at which level, in which processes, procedures, these values of RRI could be inserted in the existing paradigm. So the aim of the project was really to provide to this region methodological guidance to these authorities, focusing especially, we addressed RRI as a whole, but from the operational point of view, 2 were the main levels of RRI we focused. So on the one hand, the engagement of stakeholders. So the importance of including different societal partners in the decision-making process. And the other level is attention to the governance models. So towards open and collaborative governance model. If we want to further instill this principle, these conceptual foundations, we may say that the project aimed at passing from the theoretical level of RRI also, and from the policy generic level to the reality of different territories with their own peculiar and specific problems and contextual culture. The other, another point is to address the difficulty, the renowned difficulty of representing all stakeholders' voices within territorial fora and ecosystems. In particular, the issue is being able to capture the voices of the stakeholder at the right time of the innovation or research cycles. So when the contribution can be useful to orient future development, not at the end downhill when everything is settled and they can just bring minor opinion which are not game-changing. And the third level again is the governance level. The issue, the level that it was already mentioned by Norbert. The level that is able to ensure sustainability and wider adoption and change, systemic change, is really when the change happens at the level of a working method, procedure, norms, institutional relations within the territorial ecosystem. So the governance level is a bit of the foundation from where everything else spills over. Okay. As a methodology, the approach was the first part of the project was dedicated to exploration and analysis. So there was a big part dedicated to reviewing the landscape, to identifying the differences within the regions, identify their specific so-called dilemmas. So which were the aspects where innovation and development objective would clash in a way with the RRI principles. We looked at which were the dynamics of the governance systems and which was the experience or the culture in terms of citizens' inclusion and stakeholder consultation. We found also this from other projects, but Europe presents huge differences in the cultures of different nations with respect to citizens' engagement and inclusion. So the culture of dialogue is extremely varied within Europe. We also identified good practices within the pilot regions, with a special focus on intelligent transport, energy, and intelligent cities. This was the initial focus of the project, also descending a bit from the call orientations, but it changed a bit during our journey, especially due to the impact of the COVID situation, on the one hand, and also on the fact that we were speaking about regions, about their priorities, and their political and territorial priorities changed. So we adapted to what was the reality of regions over time. Another part of the exploration was dedicated really to make emerge trends, drivers of innovation, or potential impacts of R&I orientation development. And this work was later transposed in especially in the work of the technomoral scenarios, we will see in a minute. After exploring the existing situation, we also tested these findings with a wide variety of stakeholders, including experts or citizens. So we wanted the feedback about what we found and what was really perceived by the stakeholder regarding the opportunities or the possible orientation of research and innovation in the different territories. We first interviewed experts, but then we made a large-scale survey with citizens, really to compare what we found with the perceived threats, needs, value, aspirations, and concerns. And then we also validated these identified mega trends regarding the future implications of identified research and innovation orientations. Yes, this was discussed within a Delphi workshop with 120 experts. Based on all this knowledge that we collected, and we synthesize also through the help of these exchanges with stakeholders, we elaborated technomoral scenarios. So a number of technomoral scenarios regarding the future possible futures, a number of possible futures connected to such drivers and trends in research and innovation. Technomoral scenario is an approach to future analysis that allows and facilitates anticipatory and reflexive thinking with the stakeholders, with stressing especially moral values, concerns, and the wider impact of technologies within these scenarios. This scenario were a bit the fuel to the preparation of our multi-stakeholder engagement experimentations. So techno scenario constituted the content to be discussed and explored, and beside this, the method instead was that of the scenario exploration system method, SES, elaborated by the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, but then adapted by the University of Twente to the specific challenge of responsible research and innovation within the regions, and also, I must add, adapted to the constraints of the COVID situation, because it has to be said that our work was designed to be done in person across Europe, but the core of our project coincided with the big closing. So really with it was 2021, 2020, 2021. So we have to adapt and conduct many activities online, which was also interesting because we experimented this method in a different way, and we were pushed to adapt the scenario exploration system online. So at the level of regions, so they decide the exploration that I described before. They conducted this multi-stakeholder dialogue through the SES method, starting from the elaboration and the analysis and the discussion about the technomoral scenario, and this was a means to reflect on their own priorities. Then they also learned from each other. They conducted cross-regional dialogues among them in order to compare their concern, their objective, their intentions for the future, and understand what would mean, especially what would mean actually embedded RRI in their context. At the level, I remind this, we are speaking about the level of research and innovation strategy development within regional authorities. So what would this mean in their specific context? Which would be their priorities to focus on? Because RRI is huge. It concerns different levels, governance, a specific topic like ethic or gender, methods like public engagement or science education is huge. So it's key to understand at which level to focus and through which try to implement it. This was a challenge. This was a learning as well about what it actually means passing from the generic policy level to implementing something in a specific context. This was, I think, our best and principal learning regarding what we should work more on in the future. Starting from this process, then the regions focused on identifying the right level they would like to work on and conducted workshops where they identify agendas for RRI integration and roadmaps for RRI integration, always involving different stakeholders. They worked on different priorities depending which process was on the run in that moment, which priority the region says. This is a bit also because we shifted our focus from the initial topics of the project, transport, intelligence, cities, and energy, toward what was relevant for the regions in that moment. So we had Crete focusing on the spatial plan, Westland on the climate plan, where Galicia and RRI focus on a more strategic level, smart specialization strategy and ERDF. And I'm closing. So this is to summarize a bit the process, exploration part and analysis of trends driver, RRI aspect in this region, good practices. Then develop a more specialized understanding and moral and value understanding of the trends and challenges, developing the engagement methods, and conducting the first multi-stakeholder engagement activities. And then synthesizing and understanding, focusing on the specific aspects of each context we're working on embedding RRI. Which are the core exploitable results? We're finalizing now our toolkit guidebook, which really summarizes our experience, methods, and provides an actionable knowledge in order to explore for regional territories and authority, in order to explore RRI at their level, understand what it is, and conduct them toward identifying which are the aspects that they could focus on. We will embed also our lessons learned from the process and a selection of good practices with their transferable elements. The region also worked on a memorandum of collaboration, so which they signed, and we are working to also to enlarge it to further regions, which stresses their intention to uptake RRI2SCALE methodology. There is the method, the scenario exploration system, and its tailoring to the project and to the topic and challenge of RRI. Some regions have continued to work through this method beyond what was initially planned in the project. So the University of Twente was the one providing the support, the methodological support and facilitation experience. And so they really helped the regions to conduct the subsequent steps of their reflection through this method, which was very much appreciated, especially because it helps, this was a feedback we received, it helps to balance it, to even the power disequalities that are intrinsic within different stakeholders. So there are stakeholders that by tradition tend to prevail on others, or to have a wider space and time and a stronger voice. This method is made in a way that make power relations more even and balanced. RRI2SCALE also worked on a monitoring and evaluation framework, starting from the experience of a number of RRI projects that came before us, and developed in a way to be able to capture RRI within territories. And then we have our agendas and roadmaps, which we will have the occasion to know better in the parallel sessions later, and our final policy recommendation, and especially lessons learned that we are developing, that I hope that will be mentioned and will emerge also during the discussion, and that we will further discuss next week in Brussels. It is all from my side. I hope I didn't take too much time, and I didn't go so in depth in the different activities, because the colleagues will do that and will tell you more in detail their work. So thank you, and I don't know if there are some questions.
Thank you very much, Margot. Are there some questions from the audience for Margot Betsy? Because I think these two inspiring projects with a variety of really sensational results, maybe everybody is too impressed now to ask a question. I think the approach of both projects were really to empower and to address citizens and stakeholders at the same time. You had different methodologies employed, but every project was as successful as the other, I would say. If there are no more questions, we are running a bit in time. I would like to thank you very much, Margot. I think we have the chance to talk about the projects later in the afternoon again, and you will be present as well for the roundtable. So I say until later. And we would continue with the program. I have Tietje Hiltrup with me. We will have, I think, if you agree, Tietje, we will come here. We will have a short discussion, because we don't have the time to run through the presentation that you prepared. But yes, we will sit here. I think the topic now of the short discussion, because we will give you the coffee break, we will just have it very short, some conclusion. The similarities between the projects, and is there, oh, I have to introduce you, we have the time to introduce Tietje, sorry, before we discuss, we should do that. Tietje Hiltrup is also a coordinator in a very interesting project, Super Mori, and we will tackle this in our discussion. You are from the University of Leiden in the Netherlands, researcher in the Science and Evaluation Studies group, so dealing with questionnaires, how do numbers, statistics be elevated, how are reports written, what happens in meeting, and so forth. Trained as an anthropologist, she studied how evaluation gets done. And this is all about Super Mori later. What kind of resources and people to mobilize and so forth. Her PhD project was, by the way, about the evaluation of the Dutch military mission in Afghanistan. Very exciting, I find. Currently, she is designing a project on experimentation and evaluation. And Super Mori, the flagship, one of the flagship projects of the EU, I may say, is actually to install a responsible research and innovation monitoring and evaluation tool. So by encouraging all actors in the quadruple helix to work together during the innovation cycle. Maybe you could give us a short introduction in Super Mori, very short, and then I would like to discuss with you how complementarities between the different projects may arise.
Okay, nice to see you here all. I can only say something about the ecosystem. The project is much bigger, but we have been running an ecosystem since the summer of 2020. 10 SWAFs, 14 projects were involved, RRI2SCALE and TeRRIFICA, and then Digitary, Transform, and many others. I have them on a slide, but I'm not presenting anymore, so I'm sorry, I'm blanking on them. And why we came together was to think about doing an joint M&E protocol or joint M&E plan for our SWAF's 14 projects. And so we had bi-monthly meetings and discussed all our concerns with regard to M&E and evaluation and territorial RI. Let me see, what can I say about this? So we had this plan to design this shared protocol. And we very, very quickly figured out that we were all way too different. So all these projects come from very different RI frameworks. So some focus much more on the effects on the stakeholders or on the regions. Others are much more about democratizing and getting all the different kinds of stakeholders on board and trying to get them to agree on particular readings and methodologies that then follow. Some projects focus more on gender, others focus more on participation, some take a more policy-oriented approach. So there's a huge diversity.
Exactly. Maybe we could focus on the question, how do you see the sustainable benefits and the synergies once the project finished? How could they actually make best profit of what has been the major results? Maybe you would like to tell us something about that.
Yeah, I'm afraid I only have challenges and less like steps forward.
Talk about the challenges.
We've been discussing this in the past months with other partners, and the problems in terms of sustainability are really very much about what happens when we as a project leave. So when we're there is a lot that is done, and there's a lot of practice being built, a lot of routines being developed, and then as soon as the project leaves, this disappears. So there is a question of how to make that more sustainable. The other two big important issues with regard to sustainability are very much about the projectification of RI
how could that be
projects.
solved to make it more sustainable? By providing guidebooks, by providing kind of extensive statistics that could be applied to different projects, or what is actually the...
I think it's a fact of life that these developmental projects,
everybody has to go his own journey, huh? More or less.
Yeah, but what I want to say also about this projectification is that we set up these projects with a very clear beginning and a very clear end. At the beginning, we decide what it is that we need to find out by the end. That doesn't give a lot of room for stakeholders, but also for actual exploration. And so what we do is we just follow suit. And that doesn't allow for a lot of, not always at least, for things to actually happen on the ground and sediment on the ground in the way that we might also want.
Would you like to say a few words on the possibilities and boundaries of different methodological approaches?
I would like to, for example, René speak about that.
Maybe you have
or
a,
Norbert.
maybe you would like to interfere with your personal experience.
I appreciated very much these meetings with all people from laboratory affiliations from various projects. And I think there was a shift for more monitoring with indicators and to capture all and everything. Like Margot also mentioned, we have so much diversity. What we also found in when all these projects come together, there's so much diversity that it became more finding methods how to do it more qualitative and to have this, to organize this deliberations, discussions, and how, spend more time on how to do this. Well, I think of the slides that from René Schoenberger, how to do that more and bring more quality into the, and not only the quantities and the indicators.
Yeah, so if I can add to that, so rather than coming to an M&E protocol that could be shared across the board, we came up with an idea to have evaluative conversations across the board.
Be monthly, right? Mm-hmm.
No, this was the meetings that we had, but this is a version of a protocol where the people that are important to the project come together at different moments in time. Not always, it isn't always necessary to do everything deliberative, but to come together to decide about where do we come from, what is happening now, and where do we want to go. So that it is, in fact, an owned project by everyone involved, which would lead to more effective results.
So it needs the participatory effect. Everybody has to be part of the game, right?
Yeah, and that's actually everybody. That would also entail the European Commission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What could we expect, or what outcome of Super Mori, just to conclude? And then we leave you for the coffee break.
Well, again, only when it comes to the ecosystem, we have our final meeting next month. And we are looking for a new host because we are quite a fruitful group and we enjoy spending virtual time together. So we are looking for a new host to keep on building this knowledge.
We have to spread the message.
Yeah.
Looking for a new host. Thank you very much, Lydia Hiltrup, for this interesting discussion. And I wish you a nice coffee break now. Just to remember you that the splitting of the sessions that is going to be from 11 until 3:15 in the afternoon, we have the lunch break in between. TeRRIFICA is staying in this room, and RRI2SCALE will be in the smaller conference room. So it is indicated you won't be lost here. It's very transparent. So I wish you a nice coffee break and see you later then. Yeah, now it works, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the split of the sessions, so please, if you want to listen to Michael Leskovar, I know, but maybe it's a bit gets out. Michael Leskovar is giving a speech upstairs.
Okay. Everybody in the right session? Should I dance for you? Okay. Let's get into our TeRRIFICA specific session. And we have a bit of work in front of us, and that I hope it will not be too boring and we can get a bit into a discussion later on. But I will give you again a short introduction on TeRRIFICA. I will not repeat myself from the morning session, but I think the first interesting thing after my short introduction will be the TeRRIFICA crowd mapping tool. And you will get insights how it was developed, how it worked, and how we can use it for future applications, for future work. And after that, we want to get into a discussion with all our pilot region representatives. So no presentation at that time, but more an open discussion. and I already invite you to jump in whenever you have a question, whenever you have a comment, whenever you disagree with one of the things we said, so that we're not going the way you're sitting there and then you need a coffee to be awake for the next presentation. Okay, then just let me get through some more. Nothing? I have to go back. No? Okay, we're talking from knowledge to action, and then we have this one. Okay, I can. Okay, so this already you have seen in the first presentation, but what I wanted to say a bit about the time structure and what we did during the project. As go back again. As I said, we started with stakeholder identification, defining the engagement methodologies, then involving citizens in the agenda setting process, and then developing climate action plans. So this is quite broad, and just to let you know how we did it, and in fact we had three phases in our project. So the first phase, and they were not running one after the other, they were overlapping. So knowledge building, capacity building, and implementation were running hand in hand sometimes during the same time of activities. So the first phase was building the knowledge base for our activities, which meant we had to identify stakeholders. We were sitting together with stakeholders from every region to identify what does RRI mean for climate change adaptation in the different regions, but also what kind of key performance indicators would be necessary for implementing the work. Some were given by the call, these so-called MORI indicators, Monitoring Responsible Research and Innovation, what MORI stands for. We're talking about key performance indicators later this afternoon. And then, of course, we wanted to, when getting into the work, we wanted to know what is already there. Who is already working on climate change adaptation, what methodologies have been applied, and in what kind of frameworks do these organizations and actors work in the specific regions. Of course, work with citizens, work in co-creation settings has to do with communication, and that's why also this knowledge base was focusing on communication structures and the related conditions. Part of the knowledge base, but also as an example for getting into the next step on capacity building, is also the development of the crowd mapping tool. Yeah, so which definitely is an important element, the core element for our activities. The second phase, engagement and capacity building, started with the crowd mapping, teaching on how to use the tool. We consulted stakeholders about different aspects we identified. We offered the partners, so we offered field trips to the specifically addressed fields, and we worked with the co-creation teams, to develop scenarios and approaches how to address these identified issues. For all these activities, it was we offered training, we offered a help desk, a regular help desk, for questions coming up throughout the whole process. And as you can imagine, there's a lot when you think of a 4 years project. The continuous exchange between partners, between stakeholders was extremely important, which you might find under the word alignment calls. So it was a regular exchange, just not to meet only every 6 months in some general assemblies, but also have this continuous exchange on what is going on, what is your experience, how can we support you? And we means how can the French partner support the Serbian partner, how can the coordinators support the Belarusian partner, or whatever. And of course, after all this building the knowledge base and getting the data, it went into action. We described already some of these success elements from these actions. So the contribution to climate change adaptation plans, the bottom-up activity in developing climate actions on teaching and hands-on activities, and we had summer schools, and you also will get some impressions from our summer schools after the lunch break on the national level, but we also had an international summer school bringing all our actors, or bringing actors from the regions together to discuss a vision what a climatic landscape in 2030 should look like. So some of the results, the crowd mapping tool, we have a couple of videos describing different parts of our activities. There have been policy briefs, reports on the pilot regions, what is the state of the art on climate change adaptation. We have case studies and support on how to engage and how to co-create, and I think this is something somehow also similar to the RRI2SCALE project, but more details on what has happened in the regions you will get a bit later on after my colleague from the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan has introduced our crowd mapping tool. So from my side, that's it. Just a short brief, getting back into the TeRRIFICA project and what has been done throughout the years. And now we are able to get a bit more into detail, unless you have questions. Of course, even with your questions, we will go more into detail. No questions? So who, Patrick, will it be you to present? No, Piotr. Piotr will present. So thank you for that, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Norbert. Okay, my name is Piotr Lupa, and today, right now, on behalf of the team of Adam Mickiewicz University, I will present some information about the TeRRIFICA crowd mapping tool. So I think, I hope that presentation will be interesting for you. Let's go with this topic. So this is the presentation plan. I give you feedback about the crowd mapping as a method of citizen science, and then I will present the roadmap of development of the tool regarding also the capabilities used in the TeRRIFICA project, capabilities of crowd mapping method. There will be some slides with the results of crowd mapping, and in the end of the presentation I will show you some exemplars of application data applications. Okay. So crowd mapping, in few words, we can say this is the process of map creation by the group of users, of stakeholders, of participants who are willing to act in this action. So this is linked to the public participation, because this crowd mapping approach is open for every user. It is very important to have a lot of users who will share their knowledge and experiences, in this case, in the field of climate change. And second pillar of the crowd mapping is the geo-questionnaire, because there is not only the map content you can see, so the points added to the map, but behind the points there are more information in the database. So we have the forms prepared for the users. So after adding a point, the form pops up, and the user have the opportunity to share more information about the marked site. So this is the basics of the crowd mapping approach. And what is very important, the user-generated content in case of map creation, This is process that the users agree to freely share their experience and knowledge voluntarily, so without any salary. So there is only intrinsic value they have because they can participate in the project and they are willing to share their information. So we collecting volunteer geographical information and use this information to build in the another steps the solutions for the identified climate change challenges in all of the 6 pilot regions. As you can see, this is very interconnected with the citizen science, this process of map creation, because this is the free will of the users to participate, and without them, there will be no data collected. So this is a very important pillar to have users that are willing to add points to the map to share their information, and this is strictly the open citizen science project. Okay, let's go to the more technical features about crowd mapping tool in our project. One of the main goals in our project was to design and implement a crowd mapping tool for identification of climate change effects in pilot regions. And this was crucial because with this tool, users shared information which initiate another work in our project. So this was basis for the work in living labs with our stakeholders looking of solutions of climate change challenges. So without this tool, we didn't gather the needed information to start work with our stakeholders. So this objective was linked directly to our team, so Adam Mickiewicz University, and together with our partners from project, we developed the tool. And here you are this roadmap, this crowd mapping tool design roadmap. You can see some stages on the way to develop the tool. And the first step was to identify the needs and also expectations of our partners, of our consortium. So what for we need the crowd mapping tool, what kind of data we would like to collect it, and what are the main functionalities of this tool, should be the main functionalities of this tool. So after consensus on the need for crowd mapping, our developer of the tool, Michał Rzeszewski, this is a specialist in the field of the crowd mapping and coding this kind of tools, created first version of the tool. And there was first tests within the group of partners. So there was first feedbacks and also corrections of the tools to be more friendly and efficient. And Michał built on this feedback from the partners the second version, beta version of the tool. And there will be there was a stage phase of testing by users, external users, not linked, related to the TeRRIFICA, to gather the feedback to update the tool to the final version, and use this final version of the crowd mapping tool to collect the information we needed in the TeRRIFICA. So thanks to the final version of the tool, we collected a lot of information. So we have results, and also we evaluated the tool. So we had the interviews with partners, but also we collected a lot of user feedback. And this subject of evaluation and process of designing the tool is now our subject because we are preparing the scientific paper, and we will describe this process in detail. So I think in next few months there will be chance to read more about this process. Okay. What are the crowd mapping capabilities used in the TeRRIFICA? So our tool is dedicated to identify the green, blue, and gray infrastructure. Because of GeoQuestionnaire, we have opportunity to assign the points to the given category of infrastructure, and this is very important. We also use the geographic information systems to check what kind of infrastructure is affected by climate change according to the user's answers. And the tool is developed in that way to identify the different places regarding the character of the impact. So we have negative impact, the place with negative impact. So for example, the special arrangement of this place marked by the user have a negative impact on the adaptation potential, or positive. So this is source of good practice we can use in looking for solutions to change the spatial arrangement to be more climate friendly. This tool allows identifying local and regional key players, because all the users of the tool should register firstly. So we have the registration process, and we collect some information from them, and ask every user to give consent to participate in our workshops, conferences, in our Living Labs activities. So thanks this registration process, we have gathered a lot of information, contact information with our relevant stakeholders. This tool includes the learning by doing approach, so we are learning from the data shared by the users. The users are learning from the data shared by other users, so this is very important locally. But also our tool website has a lot of information about the climate change, about the adaptation and mitigation strategies and role of green infrastructure, so we also share the information with the users. And what are the climate change related areas we included in our tool? So air temperature, water, wind, air quality, and soil. These 5 areas are included in the tool, and in each of these areas, user can put 2 kinds of marks on the map, so positive as well as negative one. In case of air temperature, you can see positive when the user sense feel comfortable during heat waves in a marked place, or negative when there is low thermal comfort regarding the heat waves. Our tool was designed in 8 language versions, so this is also very supportive in work in our Living Labs to have this different language versions. And I think it also affected the data collection, because we have opportunity to gather more information than if we have only one English language version of the tool. What is important, the code of the tool is freely accessible, is open accessed on the GitHub repository, so everyone can download the code, can use this tool and modify this tool for different purposes. So this is also a very important achievement of our project, because give the support to other projects, to other users, stakeholders to use the tool and modify according to their needs. If you want to know more about this, please visit the GitHub repository and you find more information, also technical information about, for example, software requirements and all the descriptions you need to start working with this tool. Okay, let's go now to the results. This is the map showing the current results of the mapping activity. So you can see there is a lot of points added not only in the pilot regions, but also in the other territories. Till now, starting from early 2020, we have 923 users registered. And you can see most of the users registered are from Western Balkans, especially from Serbia, then from Belarus, Poland, Spain, France, Germany, so the pilot regions countries, but also we have users from other countries in Europe, but not only in Europe, there are also users from other continents. And in case of age groups, age cohorts, you can see that the 70% of the users are below 39 years old. So this is the feature of our very important feature of our users, and the list represented are the users in the age cohort 60 plus and below 18. In case of points added to the map, mentioned users provided 2,249 points, marked places on the map, and in case in division by country, you can see the most of points were added in Poland, Western Balkans, so in Serbia especially, Belarus, and then Germany, Spain, and France. If we looked at the second figure, you can see the division of added points by the officially selected pilot regions. And then you can see the Western Balkans is on the first place. There is also Poznań agglomeration Minsk with highest number of points added to the map. But what is most important, the external regions. There is 450 points added, which are not related to the pilot regions. So it shows the importance for other users to spread information about climate change, not only in officially selected pilot regions, but also in other regions. So this is very, very nice to have this feedback from other users. Let's see what are the results according to the categories of points. Most of the points were added in the category of air temperature. There is 44%, 19% in air quality, 15% in water, 12% soil, and 9% in wind category. Here we have division of points, the structure of points regarding the character of impact. You can see 56% of points, so the most of points were added as points representing the negative aspects of climate change, negative places regarding the climate change, and 44% representing positive places. And this distribution this general distribution is, you can see this in Spain, Germany, Western Balkans, and Poland, but in case in France and Belarus, there is difference because we have the most points added are representing the positive aspects, so positive places. So this is something new. And we have more detailed information about point distribution. What is important that in case of pilot regions, more urban-related pilot regions like Western Balkans, I think about the Belgrade, then Poznań agglomeration, Minsk, and metropolitan area of Barcelona. You can see the most important climate change challenges are related to air temperature and air quality. So this is quite different in case of rural-oriented regions like Oldenburger Münsterland and Grand West in France. You can see the water-related challenges are most important. There is also air temperature issues, but mostly the water, but also the soil and wind. In this slide you can see the structure of answers justifying the mapping activity by users. So after adding a point, we ask user to justify why you mark this place. So you can see here, analyzing this data, the great role of green and blue infrastructure. Regarding the positive points, you can see the justification is related to the occurrence of green infrastructure elements, and in case of negative points, lack of this kind of elements of green or blue infrastructure. So users of our tool see the great role of green and blue infrastructure in dealing with climate change. Okay, let's go to some applications of the data. So firstly, we used the points added by the users to identify hotspots. So the aggregation of points. This aggregation of points are very important because inform us where is necessary to act for climate, where our climate action might be focused. So we can find on the map negative spots as well positive spots. So we have also a lot of positive spots, so the sources of good practices regarding the spatial arrangements of a given place. So this is a very important source of information for our work in living labs. And as I said, this is the important because the data collected with using the crowd mapping tool initiated the work in living labs. So this is the basis for our work in living labs, in work with our stakeholders, partners. So this was very important for the another phases in our project. Here is also exemplar of the local climate action plan we have prepared together with our stakeholders in Poznań agglomeration, based on the crowd mapping data results. We choose one hotspot. This is the University Campus Morasko in Poznań, and together with students, with university staff, administration, and local residents, we co-created climate garden. Idea of climate garden is that we introduce in the small area, a lot of exemplars of nature-based solutions that show how we can arrange the space, arrange the city tissue with the solutions that enhance the adaptation to climate change. So this was very important activity in each of 6 pilot regions, and also was based on the crowd mapping results. And the result not foreseen in TeRRIFICA at the beginning, as Norbert said, was that the climate change adaptation plan for Poznań agglomeration. There will be a bit of coincidence, but this showed the effect of synergy, because thanks to the project activities we carried out, we enhanced the cooperation with the Poznań Metropolis Association, and we can contribute to the task of preparation of climate change adaptation plan. And in this plan, in the diagnosis part of this plan, we use the crowd mapping data. So data shared by the users were used for diagnosing the situation regarding the climate change challenges, but not also in diagnosis. The results of our project were used also in the programming part, in looking for solutions, recommendation for communes in the Poznań agglomeration. So this is great achievement for sure of the project, and we are glad that this project activities have impact on the shaping of climate policy on the regional level. Okay, thank you. This is all for now.
Comes the very important part. I mean, every part is important, but this is really exciting, what has happened in the different regions. And we have the chance to have everybody here on board today in person to tell us about their personal experience in the project in the different regions. I'm not introducing everybody of you personal because we want to go directly into the discussion, but we have here really the 6 different partners from Poland, Vechta, Paris, Barcelona, Minsk and Belgrade. I would like to share with you actually the different experience on the pathway for engagement, on the pathway, the agenda setting, and also the pathway for implementation. So let's start with, I have your first name. So if you allow, I call you by your first name. My name is Isa, so it's more personal. Let's start with the pathway of engagement. Could you maybe give the audience, all of us, an idea about the picture of your region and what climate change effect plays a major role in your country? Perhaps we could start with Kate from Minsk to tell us a bit about your region and the challenge.
So thank you for inviting us. We are really very delighted to be in part of this project, so non-European country, but still we had some climate challenges also, and we represent here a big city. So Minsk is really a big city with urban climate challenges. and the biggest of them is the air quality. So many people, traffic jams, the lack of green infrastructure in the new building neighborhoods. So these were the problems that were named by many of our participants, by experts. And so from the very beginning, we are kind of aware of what we have to do with.
Would somebody else explain their regional problem? Maybe Jaume from Barcelona?
Thank you.
Spain?
Yeah. Regarding our region, we were focused in a big metropolitan area, the metropolitan area of Barcelona, which, depending how they count it, because there are different ways of counting, but we have millions of inhabitants, between 2.5 and 3.5, depending how you close the area, but it's a main part of the region of Catalonia. So, yes, we focused the idea at the very beginning with facing problems of water management and pollution, but thanks to the participation of citizens, we thought that we should focus also in the heat waves that were something that was the main worries of the citizens. From the perspective of the institutions, at this moment there was not a special awareness on heat waves. It was more focused on water management and pollution, but citizens talk and they told us that heat waves were important to face.
Thank you very much, Jaume. The first phase of TeRRIFICA was about building knowledge, the knowledge base, and identifying the actors for the later activities. So what was the challenge you faced in this first phase, and with whom, with which players? We could continue with Glenn from Paris, please.
Yes, thank you. So I'm from Paris, but we worked with some part of France, mostly the northwest part, 3 regions out of the 13 we have in France. And these are the greener region in France, but they are becoming less and less green. So the idea is to see how it could be prevented and how we could go the opposite way by having, for instance, it was our focus, more hedgerows. Hedgerows are trees and bushes around the fields that could play different ecosystemic roles, like preventing floods, droughts, but also wind damage for the culture. So we had to gather stakeholders such as farmers, for instance, from the very beginning, but also teachers in agricultural high schools, because they will be the next farmers. So if they can learn how to do things better, it could be good, because it's highly difficult to convince the already installed farmers. So we try to work with teachers and the students too, with the already existing farmers to get their expertise on what is in the field and why it didn't work that well. We also gathered researchers to provide expertise on some kind of measurement they could do in the fields to see how the soil is and how it could be improved. So our main difficulties was time, because teachers don't have time, students have time, but they need the teachers, and researchers don't have time neither. So the time was already running out when we started, and with the holidays, with the end of the year.
With COVID, I guess, it's even another challenge.
So finding times and finding means to help them organizing sessions with the students and researchers and administrative bodies was quite a strong difficulty we had to face.
Thank you very much, Glenn. What was your issue in Belgrade, Tanja? Could you maybe give us an idea? And for the audience, please feel free to raise any questions if you are interested in focusing on a point. We are not just here by ourselves. We have you included in the discussion, so please feel free to join in.
Thank you, Isa. On behalf of Belgrade, I have to just answer quickly for the first question also, because Belgrade is a pilot region. As Norbert stated in the introductory part, the Belgrade is the biggest city in the Balkans, but the climate in all the Balkans, Western Balkans, is similar. So we have a similar infrastructure, similar politics from past 50 to 100 years, similar decision makers, similar mindset. So that was actually the reason why we wanted to expand, not just from the Belgrade pilot region, but throughout the whole Western Balkan regions, and that's why we reached the Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, touch a bit Hungary and Romania, because we even though the climate is a global problem, we have all its own local specificities. And that's why, just to answer your question regarding difficulties in getting mapped important stakeholders, similar to another non-European Union country, Belarus, we had difficulties in the policy part. I deliberately said difficulties because just last year we voted on the climate law. We did not have it before, and that is something that is a huge obstacle when you're working with the climate action. So while mapping the important stakeholders, it was difficult to approach them with the bureaucratic manner. So we tried to approach them non-formally, and we decided to engage as much as local government, local municipalities, universities, schools, and we tried to expand it to the whole Western Balkans. So it was a kind of a overflow of different stakeholders. Of course, NGOs and civil society is very, very important, because for citizen participation and the co-creation, especially for the crowd mapping that we continued working on, it is important to include it as much as much activism as possible. So while we started writing the TeRRIFICA project, the huge problem in this region was the floods. So we focused on the water, similar as in Barcelona. But actually the citizens and the climate made us change our direction. So we focused on the hotspots, and I think the pandemics also had its ways into involving in these decisions. And now we are working on different plans for actually trying to set these heat urban islands off the urban part.
Thank you very much, very interesting, Tanja. Joanna, could you maybe tell us a bit about a success story when it comes to the dialogue between stakeholders and citizens? Give us some insight in what happened in your country, in Poland.
Yes, thank you, with pleasure. So I would like to start with saying that somehow we were privileged as team from Adam Mickiewicz University and Faculty of Human Geography and Planning, because our research is focused mostly on the region and its challenges. So in fact, perfect. From the start, we were a kind of rooted, right? And
very committed.
Very committed, and also knowing our pilot region very well, having already some relations built with stakeholders and important players in our region. So it was, like I said, it was a good start. And building this knowledge base was, in a way, discovering maybe not what is really the issue, but trying to get involved and to use the same language as our citizens, right?
Yeah.
So,
very smart.
Yes, this was what we had to learn during the implementation of TeRRIFICA. So, not thinking from the position of scientists, but to really...
That's what we learned also from the other presentations.
Yes, exactly.
RRI is like a foreign language that you have to learn, and it takes time, and you get better.
But what we discovered throughout this dialogue, that the citizens were really engaging us to be even more engaged in climate issues in our region. So they are missing still scientists on the stage, which is for us a very important suggestion. So the success stories, well, I think that my colleagues already said about our pilot region success story. Well, we are very proud of the tool that have been developed and how it was promoted, and we are very, let's say, satisfied with the message that we got from the citizens, that it's there. And it was not easy because the COVID, right? So, and in Poland it was forbidden to organize any meetings for over a year and a half. So we couldn't go to the city and to talk directly with the people, but we tried to do it via online modes. And I think it was a lesson, but we did, right? So, and the most successful part is not only related to our hotspot at the campus. So we are really going to take the knowledge from the students and from the citizens and to build this climate garden and to show and to demonstrate how we can be green friendly, right? And how to implement green solutions, but with adaptation plan. Because the adaptation plan for our agglomeration, it's not only a plan like a paper report that you put on a shelf, but it's a political, it's a political tool for our metropolitan and regional stakeholders, policymakers, to think how to distribute the financial streaming to the different projects related to climate change adaptation and mitigation. So this is, I think, quite important that we gave somehow a direction together with citizens and with representatives of other sectors.
Excellent, thank you very much. That's really a hope for the future. I would like to switch to Germany and ask Katrin, what is actually the challenge in Vechta? It's the region of Vechta that you are dealing with. Please give us your success story.
Thank you. All right. So let me first introduce our region. It's called the Oldenburger Münsterland. It's a rural region in the northwest of Germany with the two counties, Vechta and Cloppenburg, both having their capital in the county with about 30,000 to 40,000 inhabitants and many surrounding villages and smaller towns. And agriculture is very important economically in this region. There's a lot of livestock farming, meat production, food processing, and related industries. And water management was one of the most important issues that we found in our region, especially the issue of droughts occurring more frequently, which is a problem for agriculture, for forestry, but also for city trees, for example, or for surface water like lakes, on which some tourism is dependent on. So we found that this is a very important issue that needs to be tackled. There is already a lot being done on this. There are different actors who are working in the field, but we found that it actually needs a more holistic view on the water management in the whole region. So it's not particular hotspots that you can pick and you just have to implement a solution there, but it's more regional, that you have to look for solutions. But anyway, we had to pick a hotspot to get active on, and we one activity that we did, which was very productive from our side, was the climate tours. So we organized walking tours or cycling tours together with local stakeholders to let them show us the places where things are already being done, measures are being implemented, and on the other side where problems are visible. Trees are dying, droughts occur. On the other hand, also flooding can occur in places. About coming a path to a solution, we were pointed to one particular spot or window of opportunity by one stakeholder, and this was a parking lot that was about to be unsealed. There should be a park implemented in that place. And we were able to use this opportunity and cooperate with the city administration and organize a participatory workshop to engage people in redesigning this space.
That's great. That's a perfect opportunity for the project as well. Thank you very much. Tanya wanted to jump in and give her success story.
Yes, besides once again welcoming you in Belgrade, I want to brag a bit more about what we've done in Belgrade, the TeRRIFICA guys and ladies. knows about the Cool Down the City campaign. Cool Down the City is a campaign that Center for the Promotion of Science, actually Mirjana and Natasha, who are in the audience, invented for the crowd mapping campaign. It was in that challenging COVID times while we're under the lockdown, so we needed something specific, something authentic to catch the eye of the passers-by so we can attract as much visitors as possible. So now I see that we got your attention with something resembling ice cream wheels in the lobby. It's our Cool Down the City meet your dog, as we like to call it, because the idea was something to be highly mobile, like when you taking a dog for a walk. Let's just take this meteo station around the Belgrade city and visit every municipality. We did it in 15 out of 17 municipalities, and I think it was the great way to approach the citizen, because it was so authentic that people just come and say, what's...
During summertime, I guess, huh?
Yeah, during summertime, but we extended the campaign from April till October, so it was kind of, you know, the hint for everybody to approach us and ask what is going on. So that's why it was easier for us to start conversation and involve citizens into the TeRRIFICA project. But it was also accompanied by a huge video campaign that we had to deliver because of the pandemics and COVID. But I think this authentic meteo station that is in the hall is something that we should be proud of, and I think it's really got its success story, so I have to share it with you.
Thank you very much for this great contribution. Yeah, and we need those kind of stories and images, because then we can feel it, we can have the emotional pack, and this is very
yeah, it's not...
citizens felt about it and how they got committed to the project.
That's the importance.
Great. I love these stories. I want more of that.
Yeah,
the crowd mapping tool, you mentioned this already. This was a fascinating tool as well to engage citizens. And we should maybe focus on this crowd mapping tool to see what was actually the output. And were your assumptions assured, or did you have other ideas before you started this crowd mapping tool? Was it actually kind of a confirmation of what you already expected, or was it something that you said, wow, something completely new came up? Yes, sure. Please.
So,
Poland.
Yes. Well, I will not be. Peter already talked about the crowd mapping, the role, and how it worked. But in our case, I think, I hope my colleagues would agree with me that in a way it confirmed what we've already knew in terms of what is the most urgent for the citizens. So it was the air quality, the air temperature, and the air pollution and the air temperature, sorry. But what was surprising for us and very interesting was the fact that there were not only negative points. We were, before we started, we thought that citizens, let's say users, will be complaining mostly, right? And saying
very
what needs to be...
messages, finally.
Yes, what needs to be changed. And you've already seen that, in fact, it was half and half, right? So the citizens were also reflecting on what is working and why it is working, right? And they were explaining that this place has some green solutions, access to water, or there is a shadow where we can go with our grandchildren and play and rest, right? So this was, I think, the most surprising, so that we get a lot of feedback, positive, negative as well, but the positive was something interesting. I would
would you like to say something from your region, Minsk?
Yeah, I would like to add also.
How could you work with this tool in your country? I think it's not that easy. Right?
Actually, the story of our participation in TeRRIFICA project can be split into parts until the middle of 2021, and maybe later when we will talk about the challenges, I will let you know about the latter part. But before, so the middle of 2021, from the very beginning, we have let everybody know that we will work with teachers, that we will work with school students, that is our audience. And from the very beginning, we were focused on a pedagogical approach. And we thought about the crowd mapping tool as a pedagogical tool. And definitely we have talked with experts and stakeholders about the climate challenges in Minsk City, and we were more or less aware where it could be and what it is about. And for us then was that the users have to start realizing what is going on, that they start thinking and seeing the problems around them. And also, yes, as Piotr has said, we had a lot of positive marks, but still the students, they start thinking, what is wrong with my surrounding? What is wrong with my environment? And they started discussing it with their parents, with their neighbors, and for us it was really a very big achievement. And also, I think for every pilot region, it was not easy to start from scratch, that just any citizen will start participating in our crowd mapping. And that's why in our case, we decided that we go in a smaller circles, yeah, in this way of smaller waves, circles on the water. We started with the school fairs, with the school festivals, where we have invited the neighborhood, people from neighborhood, and they could see the crowd mapping tool there. They received this, how to call it, QR codes, how they can participate, and school students explain them what is it about, and it worked.
Perfect. Yep. And then see just in time what they actually gave in. Norbert wants to join us, huh?
It's just a question on the basis of what Joanna said. So I'm getting you. Now, you said the crowd mapping data somehow proved what you already perceived from the very beginning as researchers. Yeah, but how would you describe the impact of the data on the regional climate change adaptation plan? Was it necessary for that? Did it speed up, or what? You know, see, the information was there. Yeah, and what I said in the beginning, what was missing was practice. Was this the practice which was missing to speed up the work on the policy level?
Thank you, Norbert, for this difficult question. Well, no, okay. First of all, in the plan for adaptation, there is much more data, right? Not necessarily related to the crowd mapping, right? Because it needs to be more broader. What I meant by confirmation is that, you know, some research and observations done by our researchers in the region have been, you know, indicating what has changed, right? And what is dangerous about climate change in terms of our region. So, but the important part was the perception of citizens the same? Right? Because what is the experience of citizens of climate change, right? So not only research data and facts that we know, let's say, but maybe they experience the change in a different way. And in fact, they confirmed somehow also the most pressing issues identified by science, right? So this air quality and air temperature. Probably by the fact that the citizens can really experience it, right? Especially during the last few years. So extremely hot waves, urban heat islands, and yeah, the pollution, the air pollution, maybe not necessarily related to climate change directly, but connected somehow. So, and this was, and the second important issue was that we tested how we can create this ecosystem of research and innovation that will include the voice of citizens in defining the public policy measures, right? So this was the important part. And we did it, and we included, and I think this is a successful story. Have I replied?
Yes, very good. How did it work in Spain, Jorge? How did you identify the hotspots in your region?
We did it in several ways, but this is something I found. I was watching the presentation of Piotr, which is very, very interesting. Every time that he shows something, I realized that data has changed and something has happened. And there are very funny histories behind the data that Piotr is showing. Today I fix my mind in a hotspot. He put some examples of good practices with a green circle and bad practices or hotspots with in a red circle. And I realized that there is a point that we work a lot, and it gives solutions. Even I can say that we have policies after this work with this identification. It happens on the campuses of the Autonomous University of Barcelona. We were very active there. I should tell Joanna that we are in love with the tool too, not just Poland. We love this tool because we start to work with different groups of target of people there. Yes, with the biases, because there was a bias on students, but we choose different kinds of students and we put them in separate groups to work, and then we put everything together. But the thing is that when we show how the crowd mapping tool is working, at the same time we make co-creation. But I don't know if we make co-creation to use the tool or we make the tool to make co-creation. But the thing is that we put all the people to work together, to discuss, to put on the points on the map, but to look for solutions. But these solutions, in the specific case of the campuses of the Autonomous University, got solutions that were scaled to the faculty and also to the rectorate of the university, and there are changes running. But if I look the map, what Piotr put on the screen this morning, there is a hotspot, there is something red, there is not good practices there. And I don't know how to revert that because the point is there. And this is something that I'm still thinking that, okay, it shows that there was a problem. In some hotspots, maybe there is still this problem, but in this concrete hotspot, it should be converted to green or maybe blue because we achieve some kind of policies that go there. Perfect. So this is a very interesting story.
Very positive messages. What happened in Paris, Glenn? Could you give us maybe some hotspot success story?
It was a success story, but not the way we planned it. Because at the very beginning, we were a bit doubtful about the tool because we were engaged in another project on agroforestry with experts that have already done the diagnosis and have already solutions to provide. So asking them to find hotspot was a bit weird. So we struggled a bit to try to promote the tool. We issued newsletter, used the social network, and get 0 point on the map. So it was a problem. We discussed it with our partners, and amongst them there were teachers or trainers, and we decided to try to use the students use in a good way by trying to foster learning by doing. That was presented by Piotr this morning. Yeah, absolutely. And we're absolutely not expert in education, so we asked our partners how to work with teachers and students. So they helped us a lot. That was great. And what we obtained is to also to not only telling the student, saying the student to collect data, but to see what they're collecting, because in one hotspot they maybe think that is a problem related to climate, but they can't be sure. So what we wanted to ensure is that they distinguish the facts and the observation. That's why we try to have them reaching out to researchers, geographers, biologists, or climate experts to confirm that yes, it's linked to climate change. It's not an accident. It's something that changed years ago, and that is critical.
It's our daily life. Huh?
Yeah. So for us, it was pedagogical tool, as well as something to ensure cooperation between the different kind of stakeholders. So two good points for us. So it became a success story, but it was not planned to be a success story because we were not very comfortable with it in the beginning, in the very beginning. But now. With these teachers that learn to work together between high schools, what we are doing now is to try to build a network around Normandy, one of the 3 regions, to have around the table at the same time the teachers, but also the researchers that won't be asked questions from time to time, but can commit to the project to have all the stakeholders, because what is at stake is something that needs commitment from very different person, very different stakeholder on the longer term. So if it's not knocking at the door once every 2 months,
it's
but
a process.
it's a process to build together, having everyone knowing better each other and knowing what are the limits of their expertise, the limits, what can they achieve, which amount of time they can dedicate to the project. And we have to convince the administration too to give support to this network. So that's our project now for the following years. Because what is great about that is that they want to work beyond TeRRIFICA. They learned about TeRRIFICA, they loved it, and now they want to commit beyond the project to in a way, we have to design with them.
That's a fascinating journey. Does somebody else want to add a point? Otherwise. Katrin, maybe from Fechter?
Yeah, well, I answered to what Glenn just said, and I think this is something we share in our experience, that it was very difficult for people in the beginning to start mapping points, and it was difficult for people to make the connection between some observation they made, or sometimes they didn't even observe. So we had the first climate tour in Cloppenburg, and one of the participants afterwards said it was an eye-opener to him to learn from another stakeholder, a retired forestry expert, to learn from him what to look for in the trees to see if they have drought problems, if they are suffering from lack of water. And these are things that people don't regularly notice. They just don't look at this. And some other things they do notice, like local flooding or a drought, but they don't necessarily make the connection that this is a climate change effect. And I think that's an important task for science and a task for journalism and public discourse, to strengthen this connection, to make people more aware of these things. And also public administration, I think it's a task for them as well to communicate their measurements, because there are already measurements being done, but sometimes the public doesn't understand why, or doesn't understand what exactly is the reason behind some changes in the city. And sometimes they get angry even because they don't understand and just see something that they don't like.
Thank you very much, Katrin, for sharing these ideas with us. Maybe let's dive now a bit deeper in the practice, actually implementation. You have identified the hotspots, and what happened then? What were the next steps? How did you identify the right specific measures to start then? Who would like to be first to? Yes. With pleasure.
All right, so what we've decided after looking at our map, regional map, was, and reviewing it carefully, was, okay, let's do something that is closest to us. And it's also important to us as representatives of the university. Because one of the hotspots was our university campus. And why? Because it's an open space treated by citizens as a park. So I live close to the campus, and I go there every day with my dogs. People go there to do sports, to run, to ride a bicycle, to have a picnic. Yeah, it's a very nice green space. So that is why it gets attention from the citizens living nearby, because it's not a university only. Let's say. And then, because we wanted to also to have some, let's say, impact, and we wanted to be a part of this process, so we invited stakeholders and our students. We decided that let's give the voice also to representatives of the young generation, let's call it like this. And let's try to create with them some solutions that will reply to what citizens indicated in a map, right, as a challenge. But also let's use their creativity to work on it. And so we did, not only through our summer school, national summer school, but also throughout classes that we organized for students. So it was a kind of lasting the whole spring semester workshop with students representing our faculty. And we used different methodologies and tools like design thinking, team working, not study, but on-site visits, exploring the environment. Also looking at the map, asking questions of citizens passing by the campus, so the students had to interview people moving and asking additional questions. So throughout this process, they developed this idea of a kind of climate garden, climate shelter. But what is interesting, and I think it should be interesting to all of us, because they related the climate change issues with their also personal experience and need to have a place to integrate, right? So when you have some emotional needs and some needs, you also are more engaged. And it looked like a coincidence of green solutions, but also a place where people can hide to have a safe and nice space. And this is let's say, what they did was a starting point to think in a more concrete way on this climate garden, because then you need some public procurement procedures, some let's say you need a permission from the public authority, from rector, and it was a starting point. And we are really proud that we are happy, maybe not proud, but very happy that we did it, and hope to implement and to invite you next year to this climate garden.
What about dissemination? I think this is a great story. I mean, did you get reportage in TV and
yes, we have to. I have to.
Because
yes,
you should spread the message around the country.
Well. Here from the stage, I need to thank to my two colleagues, Peter and Patrick, because they were responsible mainly for the promotion of the activities, and they did a huge job. And I think when I think about TeRRIFICA, I think about promotion, because we had to reach to so many people and
do good things and talk about it.
So also throughout the social media, but the movie Map the Climate, the promotional campaign. And partly through our research papers. So, a huge job in terms of dissemination and promotion.
Would you like to say something about your region, Kate?
Yeah.
Because you were working also a lot with students and universities.
Yeah, we worked with school students, but also with students of the first, second year of geography faculty. And parallel to our promotion of the crowd mapping activities, we suggested them to participate in the climate workshops that we have developed also as a pedagogical concept. And this was so very interesting concept where, for example, early career teachers together with the students and together with the school students participated there, so exchanging with experts. So it's definitely the climate change, the climate challenges, it's unknown topic as for teachers, but both for teachers, but also for students.
So also change of behavior, right?
Yeah.
And I understand. That's actually everybody, all of us need to change their behavior.
Yes.
Otherwise we won't change the climate.
Yeah, you're right, yes. And they both were like in this position, how we can achieve it, how we can achieve the change of behavior of our parents or of our students, of our environment. And later, the participants of these climate workshops, but also of the discussion climate clubs, which were more non-formal atmosphere of exchanging about the climate issues with the experts from NGOs, from local urban planning institutes and other state organizations. So we were kind of ended up with some hotspots on our crowd map, and we thought what we can do now in order to come up with some projects, with some ideas for local projects. And we suggested an activity like a hackathon. a climate action creathon where we have invited the participants of our climate workshops and first they learned about these hotspots, and their task was to identify the most important for them, to come up with a pitch about idea what they want to do, to come up with an action plan and with a visualization of their idea. They built some groups, and these groups have developed, I think, 4 project ideas, from which we have later, with the help of our mentors and invited experts, we have selected 2, and these 2 were then our local projects.
Were there also startup ideas coming up? Because I could imagine from the students that they maybe would like to work in special fields and have an idea, entrepreneurial idea also.
Yes, it was the idea to work with the special gadgets, how they can monitor the air quality. And we even have purchased, with the help of TeRRIFICA project, these gadgets. And it was a great idea. They wanted to work with the local communities and learn them how to use these gadgets in their flats. And to learn what is actually the air quality in this neighborhood. Yeah, the idea was great.
Great, thank you very much. So we don't need to ask whether TeRRIFICA was a success. It was a success, but what were the success factors? Could you maybe focus again on the success factors?
Well, yeah.
To inspire future.
Yeah, for our perspective, one of the key success factors has to do with the scope of our work. We are not. We have different regions with different perspectives, different ways of work. There are people who work with students, with citizens, and we are a metropolitan area, so we have to think about public policies. And I think that our success comes from the very beginning with the knowledge phase and the identification of the stakeholders. Because from the very beginning we were involved with the Metropolitan Association, which is a consortium of all the municipalities except Barcelona, because Barcelona is they play in another league everywhere, even with the municipalities. But the rest of the metropolitan area are working together with the AMB, the Metropolitan Area of Barcelona. So we were involved from the very beginning with them, and we are working very close. And we talk about action. I think action starts from the very beginning, even with the engagement and capacity building phase, and is there and will be there, the action, at least in our side, beyond TeRRIFICA. Because we organized, the last example was 2 weeks ago. We organized with them an activity that bring all together the municipalities in the area, and we start a co-creation activity regarding the action against climate change. And we started in a face-to-face session, but then we continue in online with one of these boards that we share, and everybody's putting ideas and putting solutions and so on. And at the moment that A and B is behind this action, this is going to be part on the public policies in the next years in the area. So it's not something that we say and we decide that we bring it to the municipalities. No, it's the municipalities and TeRRIFICA working together in the metropolitan area, and the documents that are going to follow these the discussions will be integrated in the climate action plan of the metropolitan area. So we are proud of that, and I think this is a very success
Great.
output.
The image of a roller coaster appears to me. It's like a roller coaster. You started something and then, wow, out of a sudden, there was a lot of movement within the pipeline, no?
I think that people are aware of the climate change in our area.
Yeah.
We face a lot of problems regarding this climate change, and I think that we jump on a car that was driving fast, and we could take advantage of the speed, and we can implement activities that can have good results in a short time. But there was something that was already running, and TeRRIFICA just go there in time, and we take advantage of this.
give me a microphone and I will not start. Okay, so I would like to add a point from a different perspective, from a project perspective. So you asked about success factors. Yeah. So let me tell you now, at the end, that first of all, the coordinator, yes, Norbert, the experienced one, I mean the experienced coordinator who knew how to work in these types of projects, because they are not typical, right? So I think the second point was the partners. So that we represented different sectors. So you have universities in our consortium, we have non-governmental organization, we have the second non-governmental organization, we have governmental but a very creative and distinctive one, and right, from Belgrade, and we have association of universities from Catalonia, so also, and this I hope, universities from Vrechta, I hope I didn't miss anyone. But anyway, so we already were representing different perspectives, and we had different skills and capabilities, right, that we could, let's say, use and to share with our partners. The third thing would be relevant topic for all of us, right? This was important. It's easier when the topic is relevant, of course, right? And the third point was, I think that we had this kind of freedom to be creative, innovative, to do something that was not written in the paper, in the proposal, right? And we were learning, and we were, from our perspective now, from projects, I think you would agree that we were also learning and doing something innovative for us, right? Something new, like using this tool, etc. So I think it was a motivation to be engaged, right? And I think this is important factor.
That's what I feel really tremendously. It's amazing. There is a mutual understanding in this group, huh? And you had a lot of exchange during the project, continuously, right?
Yeah, we are starting to cry.
Don't cry. What? Start on next Friday. Yeah. Okay. If I may, I chime in. I wanted to share. It's not. Of course, I agree with Jaume and Joanna particularly, but I have to, as a success, particularly emphasize the citizens, because it was actually. Maybe it was my surprise, maybe it was just me personally, maybe everybody else expected, but the great thing in the crowd mapping tool was that we gave the opportunity for the citizens to rationalize and suggest solutions to that particular climate issue, whether is it positive or negative. And when we gathered all those information, it was actually the biggest surprise was that first somebody mentioned that we had so many positive pins. It was like, what are we going to do with it? We have to brag about it. And we had to try to copy it somewhere. Mm-hmm. And the second thing is that the solutions that citizens proposed were actually the solutions similar to the ones proposed by the experts. Mm-hmm. So you kind of get this overlap between the research, the fact, and the experience. And the third part, that's why I'm so fascinated with the citizens, was the innovative approach. And I think the core of the TeRRIFICA is innovative climate actions. Mm-hmm. So we are, every time I'm mentioning this great hotspot that we want to work on with this fascinating and innovative approach, mm-hmm. where we are trying to modify bus stop from hell. It's actually one pin from the boulevard in the Belgrade, in the it's just area with the buildings, not that much greenery, and there is not even a shadow stand at the bus stop. And it's not nice, during summer, but during winter is also terrible. But the citizens, the inhabitants of that area was so innovative that they did not propose just, okay, let's call the city government and put the stand, the shadow, but they suggested that to build a green wall on roof of the building across, so there is a natural shade on that part, and at the same time you have the green wall with dealing with some kind of pollution. So it's kind of really innovative, creative, even artistic approach to something that is actually targeting all of us, and I think it could be copied in each city.
Yeah, and technology adapted to the problem.
Yeah,
that
of course.
René van Schomburg was mentioning, not technology as a mere technology,
Yes.
but adapted to this
Yes,
particular
and it's
problem of
really,
citizens.
yeah,
Great.
yeah. It's
Perfect.
really simple but innovative approach and solution. Okay, we have somebody from...
there is... oh yeah, we need to give you the microphone.
Sorry for my English. I tried to speak in English, but Kate help me if I cannot do. You say about many factors for success, but I'm saying that one from this is living lab. All project participants, all project area, all project living is living lab in reality. Learning by doing is method when creation this project. And it's very important for model of change, of sustainability of change which we want to do. Climate change is area which connected everybody of us. But if we think about sustainability, from this climate change, we can help our people give a new step for government, local different solution, local sustainability change. For me, it's more effective result successful of this project. Science shop as method, as resource. Everybody of participants working at science shop. It's important that Villa Science Shop was coordinating center. All this methodological of science shop have this success. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your comment.
May I just...
yes, there's a no. I wanted to round up this great discussion by a question that I would like. What is your vision for the future? Let's say 2030 is long. It's a really long period. But what is your vision or your dream for your region to achieve by 2030? Would you like to tell us something about that? Glenn?
I can try. 2030 is
it's
not
too long, I know.
No, it's close enough. It's close enough, and the main difficulties we have is to change the practices. And for instance, for the farmers, they learned how to do stupid things during decades, and now they must learn how to do this differently. And we were lucky because there is a program from the Ministry of Agriculture which is called Learn to Teach Differently, but they didn't know exactly what to put inside. So when we presented TeRRIFICA and the crowd mapping activities and the roadmaps that could be derived from the crowd mapping, they said, yeah, it could fit in. Maybe it could be that, learning by doing, learning to teach differently. So starting to change the practice with the already installed farmers is quite impossible. They have very difficulties, financing difficulties. So they don't have time, they don't have money. When you ask them to reduce the surfaces of the fields because you have to put trees within, they say, okay, no, I won't do this. I won't do this. But if we can have demonstrators that provide solutions such as if you put trees there and bushes, the wind, the water won't damage your culture. And they don't have time to, they don't want to experiment, but if they can see what is happening elsewhere, maybe they could be convinced to do things differently. And that's why when we worked with the students, we asked them to find negative hotspot, but also positive hotspot to see this, in this place it doesn't work, but if you look at this place which is not far away, just do the same and you will see it will be different. The results will be different, and even for the farmers it will be different. So our vision is to try to use the teachers, but also every kind of stakeholders that have solutions that is working in some place that could show the results if you do just slight changes, not a revolution, but slight changes that could improve.
Slight but sustainable changes in behavior also, and having an impact then on the future. Thank you very much. We will just skip to, you will, everybody is being able to answer, but I just want to give to the other side the chance. Jaume, what is your vision, dream for the future, and what would be maybe the biggest hurdle to overcome?
Well, I'm a bit pessimist on the vision, because crisis is moving fast, but we are not moving fast. There must be changes to be done, and I think that TeRRIFICA is a good tool to realize what's happening and to propose changes. But as a society, we are still one step behind. We saw it last week on the COP27. We are even worse than in the COP26. So I don't know what we are thinking about. Yeah, everything is going to burn like in hell. Yeah, but this is maybe a personal perspective. But I think as a society, we have to move forward. We have to do more activities. Again, coming back to the presentation of Piotr, which can illustrate us a lot. We have a lot of people, young people, which is engaged with the climate change. So this is our hope, that the young people is doing the things completely different.
That's a major concern. How to convince the elderly who would maybe say, for us it's still okay, we will make it. But this is the problem, actually. It's a commitment.
The elder have sons and daughters and other people who has to live in the same planet. Yeah. So I think that nowadays there are a change of the mindset of the elder people, thinking on how are we going to leave the planet to our success, the people that are following us. So if the people that comes from down, the young people are pushing for acting against climate change, and the oldest, we are thinking on leaving a better planet that we.
It's not only about humans, also animals. Every day 40 specimens are dying, so we have to really be aware of that and change.
Yeah, but who is responsible of this change?
All of us. Not only the governance or the institutions, it's everybody.
Yeah,
and this is actually a question of dissemination also, communication. Yeah. We have to get this message across, no?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah. And let me say, in favor of this project, that we work also with communication. We were very close in our region with United Explanations, and with them we try to work very hard in the part of communication, because we talk about climate change. We have the awareness of the things we have to do, but it's very important to arrive to the key persons, to the key target with the key message in order to change that. So, well, pessimistic, but I think that there's still room for improvement, and I hope that all of us can be aligned and have good results in 2030.
Thank you very much. You could hand over to Katrin for your statement.
Yeah. Well, the whole picture. I'm also a little bit pessimistic there, but I don't want to go too much into that question. I think there need to be a lot of changes, and there are a lot of restraints right now in the economic system in general, and the goal of endless economic growth. I think there are some serious problems there, but just looking at the municipal level that we've been working on right now, our students had their visions, and you will learn more about them in one of the next sessions. But from my perspective, working in the project and coordinating, I would say that it would be necessary for municipalities to permanently have staff for this coordination and participation. And I see that the climate protection managers that we fortunately have, I assume not all municipalities do have one, and climate adaptation managers sometimes as well. There's funding from the German state for these. But I think they should be more supported by staff who are trained especially in participatory methods and who can focus on participation and on keeping the contact with the citizens. So I think that would be a good solution to implement.
Being transparent also with all the knowledge and the experiences and so forth, yeah?
Yeah, I think there's sometimes a lack in transparency and communication, and it needs people to do these tasks to be able to take the citizens with them and to help the administration staff, because sometimes I think they need little more experience, which they don't have right now, in how to organize participation and see the value.
Sometimes they are slow also in Germany, at least, right? We can say, we may say. Thank you very much. Yeah, please, the others still would like to give maybe your statement. I would be happy to listen to your idea of vision.
Yeah, but
oh, you wanted to say
because
something
our
else?
insights are so different from others, maybe I first will give the floor to my colleagues, and later I will be the last.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
Me? Okay. I will be 1 minute. All right. I will be short and serious this time. So, because you ask about the vision of our of the future for our region, so well, the vision is deeply related to the stop the war in Ukraine, to the full independence of Belarus, to stop organizing football World Cups worth $200 billion and destroying the environment and life of citizens. It is deeply connected to those big players and governments and corporations that are responsible for what has happened, because I don't agree with you that we are all responsible. I think we are all impacted. I don't think people in Africa are responsible really for the climate change issues. So, and why I'm saying this, because this has a large impact on our citizens in our pilot region, because we have built the system for the last decade, and now it's almost ruined because people are looking for cheap, how to say, coal or cheap energy, right? And people are in financial crisis, and that is why they will not focus on environment, they will focus on how to survive. Like my professor 2 days ago said, ecology, first in ecology is to survive. Right? This is the words of our colleague from our team.
If you have a problem feeding your children, you won't think about climate change.
Yeah, exactly. So this is, we can say, let's do something, we can collaborate, but, so I'm also pessimistic, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some positive impact?
Should I be optimistic now?
Yes,
or maybe just say everything but with a smile, and that sounds optimistic. So it's a kind of yeah, of course. I don't know after this one. I don't know what to add. I mean, I think the biggest challenge is left for the last, because I think that in Serbia we passed that phase. Luckily, I don't know for how long. But yeah, I think we all share the same level of pessimism, and I have to say that I really appreciate that all the TeRRIFICA partners that weren't included in cooperation with educational systems now start to work with, because that's actually the point of our future, because we have to nurture and nourish next generation in new ways. We have to guide them how to think, how to act, how to react in order to get some effect. And that's why I think that I agree with Jean-Man, the old guys are the policy makers and decision makers, and I think that we have to get to them, but of course we do not have to forget for the young generations, for all different stakeholders, the general public, the citizens, the activists, everybody that wants to get involved. We have to empower them, motivate them, inspire them, not to just share it in coffee shops, their expressions in the circle of friends, but just to shout out for everybody. But maybe, is it too optimistic or no?
And also give them hope, no?
Yeah,
that we
hope.
don't
I mean,
this
yeah,
effect of
there's
last generation, like in Austria and Germany. I mean, it's not the right way.
I mean, we have a professor from climatology here, and actually he scared me in June, similar to what Jaime said. I mean, we are already in a big trouble, and we are on a train that is just rushing somewhere, and I don't think we are still in the time to jump off the train, but still 20, 30, if something not happening, I think it will be the last stop.
Thank you very much. Now it's up to you, Kate, because you are in a special situation in your country.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, that when we started this project, so no matter what pilot was it, European or non-European country, all of us, we thought that if we will be enough successful in engaging important stakeholders or our target audience, students, teachers, whatever, we will achieve important results, like changing local climate policies or inventing new roadmaps or inviting politicians and like this. And we also started like this, and we also invited stakeholders, and we tried to organize negotiation places, and we tried to participate in decision-making processes, and so on. But then this political crisis happened, 2020 and 2021. I hope everybody knows about it. I don't have to explain you. And the NGOs in our country, they were announced kind of enemies of the state. So the half of our team had to leave the country. So we cannot go back just because we were NGO activists. So our journalists are now in the prison because they did the job of journalists. The NGO people can't go back, and the NGOs are closed just because they did some alternative job, alternative to the state. We are not more allowed to the decision-making processes. What does it mean? That the big part of the society is just thrown. And so we continue in our country, not we, but people continue in our country talking about the climate change and developing some programs, some policies, but it's only about the state organizations. Just ordinary people, when we talk about the citizens, they are afraid to join any projects or any initiatives that are initiated by the NGOs. So you are allowed to join only state projects in order to stay on the safer side. For me, it means that you can't speak about the climate change, you can't work for some climate action unless the basic human rights will be there, unless people will not have fear in this society. And that is now our vision, that we will again achieve this level where ordinary citizens, where NGOs can work together, can participate in a decision-making process, because so without it we don't have future.
So what would be actually the idea? We have to put pressure on those autocratic regimes and use all ways.
We have to continue talking about it. We have to continue talking, because now, yes, there are much more important topics like the war in Ukraine and others, but these regimes, as we start forgetting about them, they feel really very free. And all these repressions, they are on the same level or even more higher than it was in 2020. They are just continue doing it, and they are pressing people. And you have asked about successful factors. Yeah, now I'm no more representing organization. I'm just as a physical person here, presenting our pilot region, the same as my colleague Sofia, the same as my colleague Irina. But what we did after our organization was closed by the state authorities, we continued working with TeRRIFICA project as volunteers. We finalized our local projects. just because really we were so much motivated by our team and by the idea, and just because we thought, so if not we, then who will continue this? Who
I
will
think
work
this
with
needs
these
an
students?
applause, because I think it's really great what you are doing. Thank you for continuing. It's the only way to fight.
Yeah, and I'm really very grateful to Norbert because he supported us, and all TeRRIFICA team supported us.
Maybe you want to also to give a final statement, Norbert, right? In our round here. Please. Please.
So I don't know what you want from me now as a final statement, except for some technical announcement for the second session. Yes, so we've faced problems here from the organizational side, and as Kate said, I did my best to support our partners in all countries in the best way we could do. And yeah, I can say nothing much more about it. Just one thing, and where you challenged me with your quote, the ecological. Yeah. It's in the no. How did you say the ecological vision is to survive? Yeah. So the first thing, if there's still a little flame of trust in mankind, I hope this survival will be seen on a broader level than just on the individual one. Yeah, because I think we have to work on a broader societal level and fight climate change and overcome the individual views of personal aspects. We have to act as a society and not as an individual when we want to address the challenges which we are facing. I know that it is difficult to overcome this absolutely individual view, but I still have this little flame of trust that we will manage it. Okay.
This is the final word. Thank you very much, Norbert.
Just one thing, because I pass away the microphone. We are facing lunch break, and I was asked to ask you also to attend our partner session. So probably some of you want to switch the session for the afternoon and listen to what our colleagues from the RRI2SCALE project have achieved. Yeah, so this would be very nice that you get a full impression of RRI territorial projects from this conference.
Yeah,
so
upstairs, in the room upstairs.
If may I add something to the individual perspective. Somebody told me that behind every problem there is an idiot. And to fight climate change, I think that we have to fight idiots. If you take a look at the etymology of idiot, it's a word that comes from the ancient Greek, and it's a word that was applied by Platon, Socrates, and all these guys to indicate, was like a bad way to indicate that somebody is not interested in the public space. Just, in fact, idiot means private. So they say this is an idiot because they are not interested in the public space, in the public good. So we have to fight idiots, and then we will have a better future in 2013 and beyond.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank this round. It was really also for me very inspiring. Thank you, Jaume, Katrin, Glenn, Kate, Tanja, and Rana. It was really inspiring. And I wish you a good appetite now. It's lunchtime from 1 to 2. And we will then have, as Norbert mentioned, the separate sessions until 3:45. And then we will gather again here in the big room for the joint final closing for the third part of the conference. Thank you very much.
So does anyone have any question about what was said before lunch? Maybe you can start with it, or comments or suggestions. Yeah.
I don't know, because we remember all what we talked about before, but I had an idea when Kate talked and when Joanna talked. And Joanna at first said that people by the time have different problems, even nourish itself or just work for their home and for their rent. And Kate told about freedom. I concluded this way. And what I think is, we are living here in our area in a real rich, unbelievable rich area, and we don't have, and we have time and the money to think about our environment. But if we have not that, if we have different problems, like nourish ourselves and don't have the money and see how we get our next meal and how we get the rent for the landlord, then the environment will take back in the second row, and so we don't have to think about that. And even freedom is another subject for that we are free, we can tell about everything and we can talk about everything. And if we can do that, then people have different problems what they think about and what they talk about and what their main problems are. And for my opinion, even TeRRIFICA is a sign for me where we have the money, the time, the freedom to talk about everything. We couldn't do that if we don't have the freedom and if we don't have the money for that.
I don't know if it's on. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to add to what you were saying. Like when we are talking about any type of participation projects and innovative practice, like here in TeRRIFICA we have this. So sometimes, the solutions, is to tackle those questions. So for instance, you're working on a topic of environment protection or climate change adaptation, and in your process of investigation, working with maybe a small community, and if the case is in this community that, this kind of, let's say, survival topics are in question. So you need to work on this. So we are coming to the condition to work, It's not like, no, it's not possible, Like these people cannot think, they're not in the position to work on the topic. So the solutions are maybe not, what someone would expect, maybe to plant trees or something. It sometimes is, to work on maybe these social issues, So I'm just, like, this is my experience, like, through different projects that we are tackling. I'm, for instance, doing a project that considers playscapes, but some of the solution that we're going to implement is going to be a structure for the garbage, because those kids don't have, some elementary, surrounding infrastructure, to have a safe surrounding. So it's not what maybe we would think of, it's a solution, or citizens that are looking or evaluating our implementation, further implementations, doesn't look like what they would think of it is going to be. So yeah, just like, I think that we need to put more emphasis regarding of the surroundings, that it's not only then about climate, like professionally.
I agree with you. You very often talked about solutions. I think we have to talk more about solutions either than problems, because I think we are clever enough, the manhood is clever enough to find solutions if the state and the government let us do those solutions. And but at the moment the government thinks they can control everything and don't let us do the solutions. That's it for me.
So
Interesting thoughts, but when I think of TeRRIFICA, I think our approach was definitely to leave this meta level of discussions and referring to those big players to find a solution for us. So we worked on a community level and tried to develop solutions with people within the capacities these people have, using the knowledge these people have. And even the situation in Belarus is terrible, but what Kate explained is that the people remaining are so committed to the work that they continue despite all the risks. Yeah, of course they are bound and they are working under risk. Yeah, but they are working on it. And thinking on a broader scale, I think we have to consider, and I believe that TeRRIFICA is a good example for that. We have to consider to get the bottom-up approach, and we have seen in TeRRIFICA that this bottom-up involvement had impact on a broader scale, yeah, for the region, or even for the community, for the city, or even for the region. Yeah, so I think getting the people to the point that they take responsibility for what is around them is the most important aspect. Not for passing the responsibility to somebody else, but taking the responsibility myself. There are side effects or side things you have to consider with this. It has to do with literacy, with learning how to do things, being aware of things. So teaching is an extremely important aspect in it. And I don't know how teaching and educational situation is in all countries. I know that it's quite difficult in Germany to get some new aspects into the curriculum, but it's possible. It's possible to have impact on the educational level, raise awareness through children, with children, but also with adults, students. So when we started TeRRIFICA, the approach was, or the idea was, leave the meta level, break it down to the local level and work on it. And not just collecting data, but developing solutions. This was 5 years ago. And I think throughout these 5 years, when we probably have been surfing in front of the wave, now the wave has become bigger. It's probably not big enough. And the wave runs for a long time. Yeah, so this is time. I think is one of the biggest constraints. But I think it's the way to work on a small scale. As you said, Mariana, in the way people are able to work on it. And we had a talk yesterday about African approaches and how people do that to improve their situation. No matter what's around it, it needs support, of course. Needs support from volunteers. It needs support from organized civil society, from NGOs. It also needs support in form of funds. Yes, but please do not pass every responsibility to a high level, because we are all responsible what we are doing, no matter in what situation we are. I can say so because I'm working and living in a very wealthy country, yes, of course. But I'm also happy that there are institutions providing money to support these approaches on a lower scale. We always can say it's not enough, but it's not a way to say just do it, and if you don't do it, we have lost. Yeah, so please. Think about your own responsibility.
I get the point of having resources, time, and freedom to discuss this. And I think that TeRRIFICA has it, and we did it. And that will help to do several things. And one of them is to guide the public policies. This is next week we are going to have a meeting, final meeting in Brussels, talking about that will support the policies in Europe for this approach of this bottom-up approach for getting the voice of citizens into the policies, and this is very important. and the other in a crazy world where Europe is in the middle of China, Russia, and the United States. If we have a voice, and this voice could come from the bottom, and we have a certain policies that we can export to other parts of the world that has no time, not resources, and not freedom to implement these policies, maybe we can help with that from Europe, from a different perspective. It's not the carbon perspective that may have other big industrial countries, and probably from a different perspective. I don't know if it's the best one, but at least it has in consideration the voice of the citizen. So this is something that we will help. And let me remember a sentence that somebody says from Africa in this COP27. There was a sentence saying more or less that, let us decarbonize, but please, first let us carbonize, otherwise our societies cannot go faster. So, okay, we are running in different speeds, but I think that we have a role, in a very humble role, to reinforce this speech of empowerment of citizens in the climate action, and that's what we can do from the project.
Maybe I can come up with a very strange thought, and you might hit me for that. But when I think of TeRRIFICA, TeRRIFICA is a project which received 2 million euros as support. 8 partners, 4 years, which means around 5,000 euros per month per partner to do the work. This sounds, depends on your perspective. It sounds a lot, but it's not that very much that was provided for each partner. So maybe drawing a conclusion from that, and regarding the new framework programs, which have calls going up to 5 million, 10 million euros just funding one project. Yeah? So maybe the recommendation for future funders is use smaller funds to support more people doing the work which has to be done from the bottom-up perspective. Yeah, so just getting this out of this project. It's a bit maybe a strange perspective, but we did a lot with not that much money, comparing to other projects being on the funding scheme. Yeah.
Okay, I think you misunderstood me a little bit. I wouldn't criticize the TeRRIFICA project, because I just want to say, for my opinion, TeRRIFICA is part of the solution. So that's the main. But I think we can just do things, or project like TeRRIFICA, because we are that rich, because we have the money for that. But it's really, we have the we can do that because we have the money, not even TeRRIFICA, even all those other projects in the same direction. And it's part of the solution. I agree with you.
So it's good that we are doing it. And there should be more, definitely. Yeah.
But I'm always thinking about TeRRIFICA. You now said about the funds, give us maybe less, and then, you know, to have more people working on this. But then I feel like, no, we need more. Why? Because what I'm, as a practitioner, missing is more funds that, you know, it would be great that we could do some, you know, physical interventions, you know, in the space. So like one is this doing on the other side, because I worked a lot with the citizens and I know how the state of the minds is here in Serbia. Like first question is like, okay, is this another questionnaire, you know? When are we gonna see this, you know, on the ground? So this was, for me, painful as always in this participation project. So this is what I think we need. Usually, when you do participation, any kind of project, you know, the funding that you have even for interventions is, again, so much, it's so little comparing to salaries. Of course, we need salaries because we need to live. We also have our needs, you know, for survival, you know, rents and everything. So you need to be a professional practitioner, but also then, like, even if you have the money, it's little. So I think there should be more money for these interventions. Why I say this, it's, for instance, like if you're doing some kind of pioneering projects, you know, and that are pioneering for certain societies and governments and the way the things are happening in the systems. So, like, for us to ask maybe, you know, for our government to give the money for this, you know, it's a big step maybe in this position. So it would be amazing having money to showcase one-on-one how it's implemented. And also, if we are the people who were working on this, who is the best then maybe to implement it, you know, to have this inner desire, you know, to push it, you know, because you always have these associated people that you involve in the project. But then, you know, you cannot ask of them because they're not getting, maybe they're getting, you know, some funds, but yeah, not a lot. So I would just like to add this on the question of funding of our projects.
I think that's not just a matter of funding. I think it's just a matter of continue working on this. We are finishing TeRRIFICA. In fact, this is the final conference, and we are ending this December with everything, with all activities. But I'm feeling that we need to continue working with TeRRIFICA, because I realized that we have learned a lot doing this project, and I got 3 specific points that I think that we have to continue being. One of them is the dissemination. We have learned that we need more dissemination, and dissemination is not easy because we have to train the people how to use the tool, which is extraordinary. I repeat, I'm in love with the tool, but I feel that it requires a specific training, and with a training that is powerful if we can do it together with a co-creation session, because we don't put just the problem, but we work on the solution. So it has to be a combined training on showing how the tool works and how to set up a point, a problematic point on the map, and then to discuss together with the citizens in this bottom-up approach how to deal with this project. So assisted dissemination, we'll call that, right? Then we need to improve the tool. This morning I mentioned before lunch around these hotspots that we could change, or we are in the way to change it, because it creates solutions that can be applied. It creates policies and creates a way to face this specific climate challenge. So this is something that we should work on the tool. But I realize also that every time we make a dissemination and we invite different stakeholders that already exist before TeRRIFICA, with TeRRIFICA, were the first time they make together and they contact together. So there is a lack of knowledge of the stakeholders in the area, stakeholders that are doing the same or working in the same fields, or they are complementary. And with TeRRIFICA, they get in contact. So we need, I think, this is something that should be developed, a layer of stakeholders in the crowd mapping tool. And then, and that's an experience also coming from our national dissemination event and also with other dissemination activities we have made, is that we should work, when we make dissemination with public authorities, in the appropriation, I said it's the right word. We show the tool, and they say, aha, this can be useful for me, I want to get this tool, I want to work with this tool, I have a specific challenge in a region, and if somebody help me, somebody can assist me, I can work with my technicians and do it to face challenges in my municipality, in my region, in my province. So these 3 fields are, for me, key points for applying for TeRRIFICA too. I don't know what you think about partners. Maybe, Catherine, you have an idea of that?
Yeah, we have just noticed recently that one of our municipalities has started using a tool that has also a crowd mapping element similar to our crowd mapping tool, But it seems to be a German-wide tool that is provided by some other agency, and that is being used now by some municipalities. So I think that sometimes municipalities, administration, the climate managers or who else, they have different needs of knowledge, maybe additional needs than what our tool provides at the current state. So it would be good to have, I think it would be good to have kind of a flexible option to integrate other modules, other questionnaires, other collection of other data that the practitioners in the municipalities want to have.
Okay, so I decided to comment. I will start from meta level and then I go to the mega and maybe micro. First comment to Jaume. I think that we need to stop thinking in Europe from our Eurocenter perspective. That we are a kind of starlight for the rest of the world. Well, the argument standing behind is the percentage of China investment in Africa, for example. But I will stop here. From the mega perspective, you know, I think that our discussion is going into some strange direction in the sense that the Horizon Europe program is dedicated to research and science, and to open this up more to other perspectives, right? It's not about funding local people and local needs, right? This is the responsibility of governments and the other stakeholders, let's say, maybe even business from time to time, because they say they are so corporate responsible, right? And now, when I move to this micro perspective, I think what we did in TeRRIFICA and what is our success, we showed that we can include different voices and local people in the regional, let's say, innovation and research system, that we as scientists, we as different group can include those perspectives into what we are doing to make it relevant, to make it, to use it, and to think and to continue with our research, with our activities, with this perspective. So this would be my comment on TeRRIFICA achievements, right? So
just one quick comment to that. We are talking about research and innovation. And innovation goes much further than just research. And without the European Commission supporting these kind of initiatives, it's not only TeRRIFICA, there are quite a lot of more, and starting from the science and society perspective throughout SWAFs and RRI. Without these initiatives on the European level, nothing would have changed on the national level. Yeah, so it was this kind of inspiring or even incentive to do something in this direction. And when I was asked about TeRRIFICA, I was always talking about an innovation project and less about a research project. Okay.
It was just a small remark to our crowd mapping tool and to the similar tools that, for example, so the local authorities are using and so on. And in my opinion, what we did partly, but also what we could suggest as a good result of this project, that is the methodology, how we can use these kind of tools. And that is what we can propose to our stakeholders and to our audience, for example. So no matter what tool is it, so as soon as it is collecting the voices of people, so concerning the climate change or something, how to work then with these voices, what we can do then, and what is then after we have them on the map. And so in our case, so we worked with teachers, we worked with students, and we tried to show them that their voices matter, even in our situation. And I think that each pilot tries to do the same. And this way, so not so much the specific tool, but this way, so what then to do with these voices, how they can be used in the pedagogical surrounding or at the meeting with the stakeholders or something like this. So I think it's one of the biggest outcomes of our project, and which integrates the vision of each pilot.
Well, this year, the ethical group from the European Commission have a new goal, that is how you are going to treat ethical issues with humans when you are dealing research with humans. And that's exactly this point. And they have two main goals. The first one is that the European Commission is giving plenty of money from the taxpayer, and they wanted that the citizens see and can interact with that kind of money in that kind of situation. So the engagement is really important. And the second one is, as Jaume said, is different from other regions, international regions, like could be China, could be United States. The implementation of the knowledge from the citizens and how we are going to develop many different activities that could be here environmental, or could be, I don't know, security fields or medicine or whatever. It's very important that the role of this participant is active and not passive. And that is linked with your point about another questionnaire that is more passive than active. So thinking in new wave to engage these people is really important. And in this new wave, we have to trade the humans or the citizens, or whatever you wanted to say, the citizens, not like a piggy rabbit, but like a person who is doing research at the same time that you have the knowledge you are doing. And taking that on mind, it's very important that we can innovate new ways to engage people in that kind of project. I mean, I'm not working directly in the TeRRIFICA, but another project that I have to do it, and that is the big challenge. And if you get it, it's great, not only for the outcome from the project, but also for the main goal from the European Commission is saying that a research policy is giving result for the citizen that at the end who is paying that.
Just a few words before we have to move to the next session. What could be done after TeRRIFICA? That was my thought. At least two things, I think. I agree that TeRRIFICA had clear objectives. It was about trying to find bottom-up solutions. But what we miss now, we have demonstrators, but we only have demonstrators. Well, I think what we need now is to replicate them. And when I hear you saying that they are doing crowd mapping but using another tool, I think, why? Why are they using another tool? Maybe ours is not the best, but if for each project there is one tool, if for each project there is no use of the expertise that have been developed in the many projects that the Commission or the funders support, I think it's a pity. So maybe what we could advocate is to there are many calls for proposal at the European level that refers to previous projects. For instance, Mori was often referred in a call for proposal, and maybe TeRRIFICA could be used as a co-creation model to avoid doing the same things twice, thrice, and so on. Maybe using what was done during TeRRIFICA to see what's the next level. How can we improve the dissemination of not the result, but the way we engage people, citizens or stakeholders, different kind of stakeholders. But that also means, and that's my second and final point, that we also need citizens and CSOs at the decision level. When they are designing a work program, not only giving them more support when everything is decided, but having them being allowed to have their say when defining what the objectives are for the work program, how the money will be split between the different call for proposals. I think we could, for the final report, advocate for this, saying that there are methods, tools that are being experimented, and we know that engaging citizens could be great, but not only in the end, not only when we have everything on the table, but from the very beginning defining what we want to achieve. Because in each time we are, obviously, the results are great. The way we had citizens around the table was satisfying so far. But we are facing very strong regulation that most of the time are what we want to change, because when there is the energy crisis, everybody is starting to ignite the coal factories, and if each time the regulation allows this, it's a problem. So if we can ensure that the regulation can be more flexible to the people's voices, for me it's the only way to go beyond what we try to obtain. There will be always this regulation, always this lobbying from the industries to ensure that the money go the same way each time. So having the citizens at different levels, and not only using our co-creation methods, but also from the very beginning defining the goals, defining how we use the money, for the European money, for the different projects and missions. I think we could afford mentioning it in the final report.
Thank you. I'm taking now over, because this was somehow a good introduction to our next session, so thank you to the panel. We have to move on. There's much more to discuss, definitely. But what you described as a vision of including citizens in decision-making, we, at least in parts, addressed during our summer schools, asking our participants to develop a vision of a climate landscape for the close future, because 2030 is not that far away. Although when we started it was a bit longer away, we had more time to do so. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope we will continue the discussion later on and keep on collaborating in the future with our tool, with other tools, and learn and use what we have produced before. So who's here? There you are. How do we continue? Did we just...
So we will invite Irina, and we will invite Martin is already here.
Yep.
And we will invite you to...
You will invite me to leave the stage, yes. Yes. So thank you. You get the microphone?
Okay, so some few privileged people who haven't been at our summer school in Barcelona, and we are going to let you know what happened there. So could you, yeah. Oh, yeah, great, thank you. So it was one of the highlights of our project, the international summer school, which followed the national summer schools, climate summer schools, which were in each of the pilot regions. And so we decided to invite our participants, but also people who haven't participated in our pilot activities, but were interested, were climate activists, to Barcelona in the end of September of 2022. We invited kind of half of the experts from the number of participants, and I think it was really a very good proportion for them to collaborate, because it was really about co-creation and collaboration. Yeah, make your photos. No, it's back. Yeah, and the summer school was planned to be just 3 days. How we could make a summer school in 3 days with such ambitious aim to develop a vision for the climate landscape for 2030. So we decided to take a format of 3 steps. And these 3 steps were awareness raising, opinion building, and future orientation. I wouldn't say that it was 1 to 3 days, because so these phases were kind of very mixed. But we can say that some methods and some activities just belong to some of these steps. Like we started with presentation of national summer schools, with keynote speeches, learning about the case studies from other countries, but also from our pilots and with a panel discussion. So people who you can see on this stage, they have participated as a participant. It was Irina from Belarus, from Minsk, from our Belarusian team, and Katrin, she participated as a moderator. So that's why we want to let you know about the voices, people from two different perspectives, how this summer school went, how it was for you. And I just say some few words about the next steps, and then we can maybe start with our asking questions. How did you feel about it? The next step was, so after we have created a common ground, a common field of knowledge about the climate challenges in Europe, we stepped into the exchange with experts, into the discussions in the smaller groups and bigger groups, in exploring our crowd mapping tool and trying to participate there the same way as the citizens in our pilots, and coming up with some questions and inquiries based on the working tours in Barcelona, exchanges with experts, and so on. And these questions and inquiries, they were kind of a big starting point for our participants to start with the climate visions. It was not easy. Yeah? Participants were from 7 different countries, how they could develop a climate vision for Europe. And we suggested them to take one of the formats. It could be a news report, or it could be post in some social network. It could be meeting, it could be whatever, but it should be visualized. That was their task to do. And they come up, I think, with 4 different visions. One of them we took for our video that will appear later also. And some of them were also shown at our final event, and maybe so you will tell us some words about them, but I didn't take my questions. It was everything so fast. So that's why, so Katrin and Irina. First, I wanted to ask you, maybe very short, what was your highlight of this summer school?
Yeah, so I can start. Actually, it was really a good opportunity, firstly, for all young people from all our countries to even speak with everybody, meet with each other after the COVID. And I mean, it was really great even for me and for our Belarusian team to go to Barcelona, because we were in different cities, because we need to left country. Sorry, yeah, yeah. So it was really nice, and I saw a lot of really inspiring young people from different countries who also inspire me. Even, yeah, so it was really nice, and I really enjoyed all the presentations. It was on the first day, of course, and I have my personal research interest in citizen science, so it was really glad to see presentation also related to this topic, and of course it was really great to meet and participate and listen to presentation of our experts for different topics like gender. It was really interesting. Unfortunately, I cannot participate everywhere and you cannot do it, but I know that people really enjoyed each sessions that they had. And after that, it was really impressive to work on vision, and I think that we can discuss it later. How was it? Yes, but it was really great that we don't need just to write, for example, in text your vision. So you need to think in outside of your box, and you need to prepare some visual format. We did a kind of talk show. Yeah, so I think that we can discuss it later.
So there were a lot of highlights.
Really?
Maybe you had also highlights that you can share with us.
Yeah, I really liked that we also went outside to get a little impression of Barcelona and of the climate shelter, the indoor one and the outdoor one, and a community garden in the area. And I remember that we were walking around with a particular focus, trying to imagine how the city looks like from the perspective of a person with small children. And this was part of the climate challenges and gender session. And I think this is really something very useful to try to step into someone else's shoes and walk through a city in their shoes and look at the details, look at where the struggles are, look at where you would feel uncomfortable if you were in someone else's shoes. For example, a small child or a parent looking for small children.
Thank you. So maybe someone of you would have some questions to our guests. So you can think about them. And my question was also there, and I was always, so in the preparation time, I was thinking how they are matching. So the summer school format, so of some scientific event, how it is matching with developing a vision, with dreaming. How was it for the students? So you were one of the moderators team. What do you think? So how did they adopted this idea?
When you gave me the question before, my thoughts were going in a little bit of a different direction, I think. Not so much from a participant's perspective, but more from an outside perspective, that we kind of need the combination of science and visioning. Well, science is data gathering and analyzing and methods, and we definitely need that. But people are storytellers as well, and people are often more interested in stories than in pure data. And we are here in a cinema or movie archive or exhibition, and I think that's a good place to talk about such a thing, because the stories we tell, they have specific patterns, and they are about struggles, and they are about how people overcome struggles. And I think this is what we need to combine with science. We need science communicators or good journalists. We also need people coordinating and doing dissemination of activities like we did or like the science shops do. I think that's important to not forget to tell a story about it, not making up a story, but telling the data in a story kind of fashion to get to the people.
Thank you. Norbert, you have a question.
You're hosting all the microphones. So no, just a thought that came up to my mind. Why is science so different from having a vision? Because in science you set up a hypothesis and you want to prove this hypothesis. So what's the difference between a hypothesis and a vision?
Would you?
Well, I think many people who are out of science don't talk so much about hypotheses.
So what is a research question different from a hypothesis? So I just want to put you in a difficult situation.
You are putting me kind of.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. No, maybe hypothesis is a little brother of a vision.
Yeah,
I think a vision is something that motivates people somewhere where they want to go to, and I think a hypothesis is an assumption that can be proved or disproved. It's not necessarily a place that you want to go to. I see a difference there.
Yeah, I just want to come back to participants because, yeah, as you told, there were like activists as me and scientists and people just interested in climate change or started their climate change way. And related to I also thought about these things, like what is the difference? But for me, like vision, it's a kind of like hope or more related to policy issues, I can say. I don't know how to explain it, yeah. But it was really great that we had scientists, because an activist and people who start their way, yes, because it was a kind of interdisciplinary collaboration between all of us, and I think it was great, and we did really good questions to prepare our vision.
I think we have mixed you like 3 or 4 times in different groups, and it worked well. Yeah. How actually was the process of working over the vision? So in your group, where you have been?
Yeah, once again, I think that everybody, like young people, they were so excited to meet everybody and to talk with everybody, and it's really great that we didn't work like, okay, Belarusian, work with Belarusian, and we are searching for our future, okay, or I don't know, Germans, work with Germans, yeah. It was really mixed. In my group, we had people, yeah, from Germany, from Serbia, from Belarus, I think from Spain, and we have a lot of things to discuss actually, because we have totally different situation, and but we found one question that we wanted to discuss. It was related to, I forget, but I had it. Yeah, sorry. It was how can we change the system to prevent and adapt to climate crisis, and we want to show diversity of people in the parliament. So, for example, when we had this last hour vision, we did a kind of TV talk, and I was a judge from Rome, and even people want me to push be transgender and represent them. So everybody, like, you definitely will have opportunity in 2030, or I don't know, 50, or hopefully 30, sit in the parliament and represent vulnerable group. And this was the point. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, we could also talk more, but Karin was already showing us that time is approaching, and we have made our video. Would you like to see our video of our summer school? Yeah.
Let's go back to Barcelona.
Yeah. I hope everything will work. Yeah.
Imagine a city where green rooftops, community parks, community gardens with rivers and lakes are everywhere. Your children can play safe. Your children have a lot of space to feel free. You can sit everywhere. You have a food security during your own plans. You have the drinkable water everywhere. We have community houses where we help each other, where we be inclusive, and we have rooftops where you as neighborhood can come together, top with solar panels for your own electricity so you can save money too. You have good public transports, no cars in the city. We have no traffic jam in the mornings when we go to work. When we want to come back home, no traffic jams anymore. We have secure sidewalks for our children, for our elderly. We have bicycle ways, and we have place enough for free walking. And just imagine, green areas reduce stress. We help our mental health, we help our personal health, and we can do this. It's not just imagine, because we can achieve it. Urban green cities in your hometown brings all the mentioned benefits with you, for you, and we can bring back biodiversity. We can have co-creation and social connections in our neighborhood. We do prevention for climate change. We increase the health of people, and after all, we are happy and build a good future for our kids. We need your investment, and you're willing to help us. How does it go? You say yes to our idea, and it also saves money, a lot of money. You pay less if you invest in prevention instead of paying afterwards. It's cheaper to invest in prevention. You build a future for your kids, you build a healthy mental lifestyle, and you see green everywhere. What do we want more?
To involve everyone in this project, like their education system or something like that, or in what way?
Yeah, so that's a good point. So we wanted to change, to revolutionize the educational system so that even the small ones, our kids, are already educated, know all of the benefits that they get from having a park outside of their home. But then also we want to tailor all of the benefits to each of the groups. Like, for example, for elderly, they have different benefits. We want to communicate to them what benefits they have, for example, for health. Then also there is, I don't know, mothers. They have parks for their children. So we want to really come up with all of the benefits and then tailor them to each of the groups, each of your, especially the vulnerable groups, pilots. So there's small things in the city that show the citizens how it's going to be done and how they benefit from it. And then with these tailored benefits, they're going to be very clear and very aware of how much it can bring to them to have fresh air, to have parks and all of these things. So they're going to be very active and they're going to be pro and they're going to pressure the government to actually do it.
And yeah, I'd love having like a green city because I think it's good for tourism and therefore good for me. But still with the transport and the financing, like I'm not convinced.
But what about me? Am I not worth investing in?
Just maybe last word, I don't know why it wasn't there, but about this young man that just jumped onto the stage, that was the nature, this, yeah? You understand it? Great. Yeah, it was their idea, and I think it was brilliant that we have to consider also the needs of nature in our projects and startups. Yeah, thank you.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Kate, Katrin, for preparing this summary of our summer school, which was really an inspiring experience to work with these groups in the city of Barcelona, which was nice as well. Now it's difficult to move on in our program. There's one thing on the agenda. No, I can stand, thank you. When you start a project, of course you have to answer a call, but you also have to think about what makes the project a success. And we're talking about key performance indicators. And at this point, some of the expectations on outcomes are already given in the call, and maybe you heard this short term before, MORI and Super MORI, and I don't know if I will get a presentation for this last session. You don't know anything about a presentation, then at least I can talk about it, so no worries, but then I need some paper to have a look at. Please excuse me. can't even read it. So, this is one of the tricky aspects when you're into a project. You have to prove that the money is spent well, that you address certain success indicators, and of course we made up our mind regarding TeRRIFICA. And some of these indicators have been given by the call, as I said, from a project which was running before. This project was called MORI, Monitoring Responsible Research and Innovation, MORRI. And some of these aspects given have been on, now I get closer to my paper. Sorry, on importance of societal aspects of science and science curricula. There was a call request on citizen science activities and research performing organizations. There was an indicator related to models of public involvement in science and technology decision making. There was an indicator requesting policy-oriented engagement with science. And there was an indicator given on social media outreach and take-up of open access literature and open research data. Quite broad, no details in. There was not given you have to have 5 scientific publications, you have to involve 1,000 participants or anything else. It was just the headline given. I can say we addressed them all, but to get to this point, we at least made up our mind what is relevant for TeRRIFICA, especially when you start a project and you start from this very general perspective of citizen participation in science and technology decision making. This is nothing more than a headline. So we had a workshop as part of the project set up at the very beginning. So we called them reflective workshops. And we invited stakeholders from each participating country to discuss with us in a first reflective workshop, is RRI relevant for climate change adaptation in the territories, in the pilot regions? And in the second reflective workshop, we addressed especially these key performance indicators and said, what are they of relevance for our activities in TeRRIFICA? So we made up our minds from the very beginning to become extremely specific here and of course integrate this into our monitoring activities and into our evaluation activities in the project. And so just to say that from our stakeholders group we discussed in the very beginning with, we said that the MORI indicators are too blurry to be really relevant for project implementation. So they are of course interesting for conceptualizing things to be done, but for a real performance monitoring they are too fuzzy, too blurry and difficult to implement because they're definitely too general. But then we discussed how the project performance and outcomes can be addressed more specifically, and from what has been identified during this workshop, we worked on a monitoring and evaluation plan. So we identified these aspects we definitely wanted to address. And what this monitoring and evaluation plan, and it's a pity that we cannot discuss this with Titske anymore because she was the one from the Super MORI project who gathered all projects with their monitoring and evaluation aspects just to make this initial idea of having a thought on measuring engagement activities or science with and for society activities more specifically. So what we did, we developed topics which we wanted to address in our process evaluation. So when we checked our project activities, we wanted to have a specific thought on how to engage with different publics on climate change adaptation, through co-creation activities. So what effect do co-creation activities have, and does it work in our project? Of course, there was something explicitly related to project implementation, which was scheduling and work on implementation. So this was more an internal management aspect. How do we consolidate the ideas we initially expressed and put into practice? Of course, we were talking about dissemination, which is probably the most easy aspect to see under monitoring and evaluation, with the monitoring and evaluation focus, because you definitely can measure it. How many outputs do you have on Twitter, on Facebook, on what else do we use, LinkedIn? How many contacts on the website? How many participants taking part in our outreach activities? Then, of course, related to project one evaluation and project management. Ethical considerations have been an aspect in this project monitoring as well. So, we definitely focused in our project evaluation on three main levels. It was output measures, so the number of key types of activities, crowd mapping, stakeholder workshops, demographic characteristics of participants in the project. So this is all documented and can be seen from our projects. We also had a look at risk management. How did we address different risks, especially to newly approaching risks, and of course process measures related to RRI. Was the awareness and buy-in to an anticipatory governance related to climate change, could it be observed? So in fact, we addressed them all, and sorry, I can give you the slides. The importance of societal aspects, and I shortened that, I think you're quite bored. Shorten it. As I said before, we addressed them all. So there you are. Next slide, please. I can do it myself? No. No, it's not here. Okay. Yeah, so that's much easier. You can read it yourself. Yeah, so in fact, so just to mention, the European Commission in its call gives us things we have to address, and we did it. So the importance of societal aspects of science and science curricula, here it says 15 to 18 years old, we went beyond that by not addressing just school kids, as for example it was done in Belarus, but we also had courses and seminars at university level and also in adult education, so in long life learning. Citizen science activities in research performing organizations, which is definitely addressed by our crowd mapping tool. And of course, an increased number of participants without a higher education degree. Yeah, so we were able to address at the end of the project more non-academic participants in these activities than during the startup period of the project. The public engagement aspects I summarized because they're going into the same direction, and it was expressed before, we have a plan for adaptation to climate change in the Poznan agglomeration. No one here. So this definitely is an uptake on the policy level, and also the work with the Secretary for Environmental Protections in Serbia. So this is the Serbian aspect, so we were able to address. On the local level, the colleagues from Fechta were able to work with the City Council on issues about public engagement. And of course, social media definitely is something which you probably all followed and have learned about this event and conference. There we are. I was too far? No. Sorry, I was switching a bit. So what can we learn from it? And some of the aspects we discussed already during our question and answers elements today. Of course, we will end up with recommendations, and this was about small-scale funding, what we had here, following the bottom-up approach, taking the responsibility. This is something we will, at least an excerpt from what we will address towards the European Commission next week when we are having our policy event, also together with the RRI2SCALE project. So definitely acknowledge multi-stakeholder expertise and facilitate participation at the earliest possible stage in the program co-development. So from the very early point, if you want to be successful, if you want to have results and create innovations, do that from the earliest stage. Stakeholder commitment is very important for effective co-creation. And to get to this, it's not the way just to stand in front, as I do now, and talk, yeah, and have slides that you probably read faster than I talk. No, it's about using different formats. It's about using different methods and make the participatory process inclusive. Address various needs and attitudes, be flexible, yeah? Not just follow your previous path. Project is a living body. Follow what is coming up under the umbrella of your topic, yeah? So you must be able to change and adapt. So this is one of the RRI process requirements, which is called adaptive change. Set up a well-founded communication framework. Yeah, so you have to address the people with the right words, with the right tools, and it doesn't make sense to address vulnerable groups with LinkedIn. Yeah, so they won't use it. So you probably have to go out, communicate on the storytelling. So we had the storytelling, was it? Katrin, I think you have been talking about the storytelling approach. Allocate more funding to support freely available climate hubs. So this is definitely a learning from our living labs, so that you can collect data that can be used in climate action, in climate adaptation, in policies, and can also be of use for other initiatives working on this topic. And in my understanding, TeRRIFICA definitely proved that having a mapping tool is of value. And maybe it's a pity that not everybody uses the TeRRIFICA crowd mapping tool, but if there's another tool being used to get the data, the necessary data, I'm at least fine with it because it collects citizens' voices. Consider long-term institutional commitment to co-creative formats. I think this somehow was reached by partners already by getting this acknowledgement of co-creation and participation in developing plans. And I think it was reported from the Barcelona activities here. And facilitate participatory multi-stakeholder co-creation in policy making. So this is maybe the most fuzzy recommendation, but we demonstrated that it works. That it's needed to really get innovations and activities to the ground to make bottom-up activities with impact, and I think TeRRIFICA has implemented this kind of bottom-up citizen science approach. We evaluated our co-creation events in pilot regions across Europe, and I think we have been successful with it. So just a very boring aspect on activities we did after the inspiring visions of students taking part in our climate and in our summer schools. But I think these are important aspects we want to bring out to those who have a say on a other level than the bottom of our bottom level of actors we worked with. So we can discuss these. If you have ideas what has to be implemented, you have the opportunity to tell it us, because we will be in Brussels and we will talk to policymakers next week and talk talk about what has to be done to get a better implementation of RRI with different focus elements in regional development. So this is what we will suggest. Thank you, and come up with questions, comments, or chase me from the stage.
I won't chase you from the stage yet. So just a thought or a question, I don't know how you want to take it. What you did is really remarkable, so congratulations to all of the TeRRIFICA team. But my question is, what about the uptake of what you already did? Because you were speaking about a crowd mapping tool that was developed and now mentioned that it is there, but whether it's used or will it be used or replicate your activities that you had in other regions or smaller communities and so on. So what's the vision for the uptake of the results? I'm purposely not saying exploitation because I hate that word, because it's too extractivist. But what about the actual uptake by different communities, not just in your countries, in other countries? For example, I come from Bosnia, so for me it would be interesting to see whether there is a possibility of replicating such results. So.
Okay, so of course it's not only me to answer that, because this also goes out to the pilot regions. But first of all, the crowd mapping tool is open source. So it's possible to be adapted to local needs. You can add items you want to explore, but the structure of this tool is available and can be adapted, and shouldn't be too expensive and too complicated. I couldn't do it anyway, but there will be people who will be able to do that. So the tool is there. We have guidelines for co-creation. We have best practice experience to share, not only from us, but also from our initial phase related to these activities. I know that these guidelines for co-creation are taking up in other projects, in other project proposals, so that work doesn't have to be doubled. And to be honest, switch off the streaming. When I write proposals, when I work in projects now, of course I look into what was already there and I just make a small adaptation to the project I'm actually involved in. So here we have been working on climate change adaptation. I'm now working in another project on bioeconomy. It's also about engagement, so I put the bioeconomy aspects into it, but the methodologies remain the same, so we don't have to double the work. There's, and about the crowd mapping tool, unfortunately, we didn't use the tool ourselves. We had another project on crowd mapping of climate data, but we used, my colleagues in a German project used a tool which was existing before and which was the blueprint for the TeRRIFICA crowd mapping tool. So that's why I said I'm happy if crowd mapping is used. It doesn't have to be this tool, but it's the methodology. Another aspect, and I talk about my organization's experience, related to climate change and the needs expressed, we also addressed university teaching. And we invited students to develop a course on what they want to learn about climate change adaptation. So we used the engagement methodology, we used the topic, and we implemented what the students have developed, getting credit points for it. So the topic remains. The methodologies are adapted to new things. It's not like running TeRRIFICA in another period, yeah? Although it would be worth to be continued as it is, but it's taking up these issues, seeing where are possibilities, and of course as an NGO without any institutional funding, we have to find these niches of needs to put in new proposals for projects. So there's a continuity on these activities, but it's not a one-to-one taking up of these aspects. And maybe you want to add from your perspectives as well. Glenn, is there something you want to add?
What I said just before, it was about replication, because for me it's crucial to. There are many well done, well designed experiments that finish on the shelves and that are not used anymore. And if we carry on doing this, it's very frustrating. If we can see that what we are doing, what we've been doing, can be used, and I'm not mentioning crowd mapping too. Probably there are good reason to use another one, so that's not a problem. But just not doing the same thing again, starting from scratch and using the past experiments, and so trying, because there were experiments in 8 small parts of the planet, and the climate is very a global problem. So if we just can't be able to go further and ensure that what has been done in this region can't be used in other regions, I don't know if it's worth carrying on this kind of project. It's very pessimistic saying that, but for instance, in France, what we are trying to do is, beyond TeRRIFICA project, is to build a regional network in Normandy. Then we hope that this network could be used in the 12 other regions in France. So that could be a way to replicate what we are doing in Normandy. And I think we must think about how it can be done, what has been done in Poznan, how can it be done elsewhere in Poland, for instance, because it will be easier, I think, to do it in Poland than in another country. Just things like that.
Yeah, so just as a summary, see what can be used from topic, from method, and also results to be integrated into future activities. And it's definitely talking about it. Yeah, so we definitely have to do that, and not to lose the momentum we have reached with this. Yeah. Any other comments? No. I hear voices from our... It's coffee break time. Did I already exceed it? Yeah, so don't give me a microphone. Okay, so thank you very much for joining this TeRRIFICA session. And let's see what we get together in the afternoon session after the coffee break. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello? Yeah. Great. So now we are coming to the third part of this exciting conference. Everybody's in? Maybe they will join us, the others outside. We are coming to the policy messages, policy making. And before we start our final discussion round later, I would like to invite some of my speakers online, and I think 2 are here in presence. Let's see. You huh? Right, perfect. So would you join me here on stage? That would be great. And the others will be online. Yeah, we heard a lot today, no? I don't know if you feel the same as I do. I feel I'm really overwhelmed by information, and also overwhelmed by the success of these 2 exciting projects and even the other projects. Let's see what has been done in other regions, because you joined us today. Angela Pepic, right? And Keith Drama. You have to correct me if I'm not pronouncing right.
Pretty easy, it's Kate.
Kate, so. Kate Drama. Okay, perfect.
No trouble for anybody.
You are coming from Western Balkan countries and reporting on your experience, and we have 2 others. We have maybe even 3 others, because I'm not sure if all 2 are there. We have Agata Philemon joining us from the Territoria project, and we have also Kalitsa Pantazzi and Elena Papa joining us. So the first, Agata Philemon, is from northeast Romania, and the other 2 are from central Macedonia. So it's really an entire picture that we will get today of those experience in the projects, because they are all similar projects. I think we have to start immediately, because timing is running. Oh, you are there, great. Nice joining us. Margaret is also there already, fine. Yeah, I would like to introduce you shortly, because then you start your presentations, because everybody of you have prepared a presentation. Let's see. I have to sort this out, because I would like to start with you 2 sitting here. I have to get my information ready. Because Kate Drami, that's much more simple. Yeah. Kate Drami is a spatial planning and regional development expert from Albania. From Albania, sorry. Keith Drama is a spatial planning regional development expert from Albania with more than 7 years of professional and academic experience at the Polis University. Keith has conducted her doctoral research on the connection between operational morphology, land development instruments, and their impact on form-based codes. Whoa, that's so complicated. You have to explain us. She covers spatial analysis expertise through the application of space syntax and GIS-based instruments. Her professional experience includes spatial planning, planning for resilience and DRR, urban governance, housing issues and their relation to land markets, informal development, typological and morphological studies, building typologies. So Keith currently holds the position of head of the territorial governance and planning unit at CoPlan. Very interesting. I'm going to introduce your colleague, and then you can go ahead with your presentation. Eleni Papa?
Angela.
I'm Angela. And Angela.
Angela Pepic.
You are, 3 of you are in the,
no,
right?
2, just 2.
Okay. So Eleni Papa, it's up there somewhere. Okay. No, I want to introduce you.
Okay, so it's Angela.
Angela.
Yes.
Let me see. I got so many papers, so I have to check. Angela, let me see. Yeah, Angela Pepic. Fine. Because I couldn't learn that by heart, of course, no? You are from Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Yes.
And you are from the WBC RRI project. And you are head of Center for Development and Research Support at the University of Banja Luka in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And you have 15 years of experience in research management and administration, providing support to researchers first at the University of Sarajevo, as a kind of coordinator of the regional research promotion program in the Western Balkan, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And then you were continuing this role at the University of Banja Luka. So the same content, but another university. Since 2014, you are a core group member at the BESTRAC thematic group within European Association of Research Managers and Administrators. So it's really a huge expertise that I got here. I will try to short it up a bit. You completed your bachelor studies at the university, at the Faculty of Economics in East Sarajevo, and finished your master studies at the Faculty of Economics University in Sarajevo as well. And you are just about to defend your PhD in sociology at the Faculty of Political Sciences University of Banja Luka, and focusing on workers' struggles and privatization processes at the European periphery. So you are two experts, and we are excited to hear your presentation now.
Thank you very much. So it is quite a challenge for us to be able to encompass in only 15 minutes the challenges of RRI in the Western Balkans, but bear with us, we will do our best to share with you the experience of the WBC RRI.net project. It is a relatively new project that has started in 2021. I will just briefly summarize our main references. So where did this idea start from? By going through an overview of the Western Balkans RRI ecosystems, and then my colleague Angela from the University of Banja Luka will share the experience of the RRI.net project and the key challenges that probably we all share in implementing these initiatives. So, talking about the process of embedding some R&I and R&D and RRI principles in the Western Balkans, we can say that it has been challenging. We have started, it is quite a recent endeavor. We have started only in 2009, just understanding the value of addressing specifically research in our agendas. And through the Joint Secretariat of the Sarajevo, from the Ministers of Science of the Western Balkans. And then gradually it started to become an agenda, the Western Balkan Agenda for R&D strategy for innovation, where we understood that in the last decades, the progress and the GDP that was allocated for research, funding, and products was relatively low. So then some efforts were put also at the European level through the DG R&I strategy, where through Objective 4, the Stronger Europe envisioned encompassed also the cooperation with the Western Balkans for ST&I and R&I in the topics selected. Of course, we cannot understand RRI without its key dimensions, specifically open science. There are some initiatives for open science in the Western Balkans. For example, one of the most well-known currently is the Niforos experience, which tries to embed some the Western Balkan culture of open science through the EOSC cloud. Most recently, with the implementation of the Agenda for the Western Balkans Research Innovation document for education and culture and youth and the sports, we have addressed three main pillars for RRI, specifically the political pillar, thematic pillars, and regional pillars encompassing knowledge-based societies, R&I ecosystems and green transition, then the regional education, human capitals, and so on. Speaking with the numbers, we have currently been supported by both Horizon 2020 initiatives, more than 960 participations from or applications from different R&I institutions, and many, many more beneficiaries from the Erasmus Plus projects. And apparently the research funding for the Western Balkans from 2007 is slightly increasing, which is quite positive for all. Nevertheless, this does not come without its challenges. We can, even though they are varying from country to country, and if I would only mention Albania as a starter, we would be living here on Friday. But all Western Balkan countries share some of the same challenges. For example, the R&D and the R&I at national level needs to be more structured. It has quite a low structural economic weakness. So there are few industrial and high-tech businesses and sort of insufficient connections between industrial and research sectors. So the quadruple helix is not quite complete. There is a general perception that the relevance of research is negative and research is seen as something rigid. The cooperation and cohesion between national research players is quite weak. Research governance is yet to be improved. We have some principles of R&I that are implemented in some initiatives, but they are not quite cohesive with each other. Universities need to be more proactive and need to have more research infrastructure and be more equipped for integration of RRI to their modus operandi. So with all this in mind, we have co-designed a successful application for the RRI-NET project, which is a Horizon 2020 project for the SWOFS, Science with and for Society thematic call, which brings together 13 partners from all over the Western Balkan countries, 5 representatives of the countries, which are all represented by 2 partners, one that is more of the research side and the other that is more of the governance side, and 3 other international European partners. 3 are the main aims of the project: to boost R&I in the Western Balkan countries by adopting sustainable development frameworks, to help enhancing the R&I ecosystem and specifically the smart specialization strategies which are being developed in varying rhythms within the countries, and to spark an open dialogue, which we are doing now, and a network of regional RRI ecosystems. My colleague now will continue with the experience of the RRI-NET project more thoroughly.
So, this is what Kate has already explained to you, and we are at the halfway through our project. So it's 18 months of the implementation plus 20 months more so. So we are not done yet, and I think that we have good steps so far. And what's our experience? So what did we do, taking into account everything that Kate already mentioned in terms of the challenges that the region faces? What we decided, and that's the usual thing with the territorial approaches, is to focus on the targeting the particular territory or a territory within a territory. So speaking of the economics, it's like 6 Western Balkan economies, but for us it's 5 at the moment that are in focus. Within those economies, we focused on specific territories. So for example, in Serbia, we focus on the territory of province of Vojvodina. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we focus on the territory of the Republic of Srpska, which is one entity within the country. In North Macedonia, we focus on the city of Skopje. So as you might see, there are differences in terms of the, let's say, scale of the activities and in terms of the geographical scope that we cover. But what we did jointly, we mapped the ecosystems, so the actors the policies, the initiatives that are already out there that are tackling some of the RRI keys already as a basis for a further reflection and co-design. I think you heard a lot about it from the experience of TeRRIFICA today, but we also use the experience of Territoria, another sister project, to design our specific anchor activities within each of these territories. So to communicate with our stakeholders through specific processes to get the ideas what is actually needed and how to do it together with the stakeholders. So not just us being, oh, we have a money and we will implement it, but we also want to get our stakeholders to embrace the process and to actually be together with us the drivers of change and adaptation of the R&I ecosystems in our country. And what we also do, so we are not focusing only on our territories, however small or big they are, we are also focusing on cross-territorial joint work on having more Western Balkans oriented approach through the inter and intra-regional quadruple helix dialogue, which is actually a work through the 3 working groups. So one of the working groups is focusing on gender and ethics, the other one is focusing on open science and open access, and the third one is also focusing on science education and public engagement, and all from the Western Balkans who are interested in the topic, or all of those working on the Western Balkans are more than invited to join. So, after the implementation of the RRI anchor activities, what we also do is we are thinking already in this step on the sustainability, and this is something that I actually asked Norbert as well for the TeRRIFICA project session before, on the sustainability of our actions. So what happens afterwards, and whether there is a local and regional uptake of the results, and the policy recommendations, of course, for the policy makers. So what are the key challenges and success stories, let's say? Well, for us, the main challenge was the fact that there is a lot of things going on. And there are a lot of different actors who do a lot of things in the R&I system, but they are not well connected. So how to bridge this gnostic or knowledge gap was one of the key challenges, and how to kind of get all the quadruple helix stakeholders together. The second challenge was also the political instability. As you know, most of you who know about the region know that this is something that comes up as a topic number 1. Oh, political instability. And the third one was actually, it's a project, so it has its end. It has limited duration. So how to do something and create something and do something that is more sustainable beyond the project duration. And what were our kind of mitigating strategies was to engage actors early on, and this is something that Norbert also mentioned this morning, from the very beginning. So not just when we came up with, oh, these might be the nice activities that we are going to do through our project. No. How do you as stakeholders want to do it? What do you see as the main needs? What do you see as the main problems and issues that we need to tackle with our anchor activities? Raising awareness, because, you know, speaking of RRI in the region, and I think at one of the panels it's mentioned, you know, it has to be translated into a understandable language for all the stakeholders. So it's not the same if you speak with the ministry, or if you speak with the industry, or if you speak with the high school student. And then also carefully considering the time limitation and thinking of how to get people engaged in the process itself. So these are our anchor activities. You can read it, I will not repeat it. If you are interested later on, we can tell you a few things about how do we do it actually on the grounds. So we have citizen science activities with the, well, let's say local fishermen as well in the Kunabantail ecosystem in Albania. We have more academia-oriented activities and STEM education activities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have more public engagement activities in Montenegro that are oriented towards the climate and environmental issues. We have science education and gender equality in STEM areas with a focus on ICT, so engineering, in Skopje, in North Macedonia, and here in Serbia, we have a development of the public engagement scheme combined with the training on ICT that is more related to open access and open science. So, finally, the lessons learned. And I think this is a story that was already told partially, but it never does harm to repeat it. So engage with the stakeholders early in the process. So already at the mapping phase. If you are finding someone on the map, talk to them, see what their ideas are, but not just to exploit the ideas, but to actually go further and co-create a suitable design for solutions. Engage all quadruple helix sectors, which can be difficult, but it is also beneficial for the sustainability of the outcomes. Also, one of the things that we didn't mention today is this sense of ownership. We talked about the responsibility that citizens or stakeholders should take for each and every action. What about the ownership? The ownership of the actions, the ownership of the results proves furthermore to be key for the sustainability. And then engaging external partners outside the project consortium and co-design and co-creation. These are the key words, I think, that are quite important for any territorial or beyond territorial approach for RRI and everything that we do beyond RRI. So this is in short. We also have a call for good practices, so those of you who are from the region, please check our website as well. We have call for good practices, and we plan to incentivize more good practices in implementing one or more of the RRI dimensions. So that's it from us. We are open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Are there questions from the audience for the two ladies? Yeah, Norbert, please.
Is there a difference between responsibility and ownership?
Oh, that's a difficult one. There is. There is. There is. But there is actually. You can own something, but you don't have to feel responsible for it. So I think it comes together. There is a difference, yeah, on the level of.
Another question from the audience? Yes, please.
I saw many supplementary projects, sub-projects. Are you also actively interchanging these so that one university starts with or one region starts with and then transferring the results to the other 6, or?
Actually, we are learning from each other in terms of the processes and what works, what doesn't work. But we are not transferring it because the context differs. Because all of the anchor activities are actually set up within a specific context of a specific territory. So it would be difficult to just, replicate it. But we do use the lessons learned from the process-wise, let's say, component.
I'm sorry that I'm so ignorant about the Western Balkan countries, but is there also something like a lingua franca, a general language? I mean, something which you all have to do it in English?
Sorry, but I didn't get your question.
Is there a common language because there are 6 very different regions.
So you are asking whether we speak the same language or we do the things in the same way? We don't. because we do it a bit adapted to our local context, let's say. So it differs from what Kate and her team with CoPlan are doing in Albania, from what we are doing in Republic of Srpska, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it differs what people here in province of Vojvodina in Serbia are doing. So yeah.
So everybody speaks his native English. Yeah.
No. No, actually, half of us do speak more or less the same language. All of those who were in the former Yugoslavia, we speak the same language. And the only difference is with partially North Macedonia and Albania. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have 2 more presentations. That's why we have to speed up a bit. I'm not. Yeah, please. You may, as you may. You may stay here, or you may also sit down. I don't know which presentation is coming now because maybe they are all from Territoria, from the Territorial RRI Fostering Innovative Climate Actions. So is Agata Filimon having the first presentation, or the other 2 ladies?
Yes, I think so.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. Agata Filimon. So I'm just giving a short introduction of Agata Filimon. She is a psychology and communication science expert at the Northeast Romania's Regional Development Agency since September 2015. And she's coordinating there the sectorial specialization office. She manages the entrepreneurial discovery process in S3 priority areas, and she stands for bottom-up consultative tool conducted in quadruple helix, and she is really very, very active in different innovation projects. She coordinated the implementation in Northeast Romania of the Horizon 2020 project, Territoria, introducing responsible research and innovation in territories. So we are very excited to listen to your presentation, Agata. Please, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to the conference. I will introduce you a little bit the Territoria project, then I will focus on our experience in Northeast Romania. Let me share my screen. I think you can see it now. Just please confirm. Okay, I think you can see the presentation now.
Yes.
Am I right?
Perfect.
Okay. Territoria project was implemented between 2019 and 2022. It just ended in February this year. It was implemented by a consortium of 13 partners from 8 countries. The project was led by European Science Foundation from Strasbourg. In Northeast Romania, just to briefly present our region, we represent 1/8 of the country. We have 6 of the 40 counties of Romania, with the population in majority concentrated in urban centers. However, more than half of the population lives in the rural area. We have 3 main university centers with 7 state universities and with 36 PhD schools, mainly in engineering and sciences, with lots of research institutes and stations, and almost 20% of the population aged about 30, 34, so young active people have a university degree. In what regards the regional GDP, we are lower than the European average, and unfortunately, as a region, we are an emergent innovator. Considering all this, you can understand why we were very keen in developing as many innovation projects as possible. And in Northeast Romania, for Territoria project, the activities were implemented by Regional Development Agency of Northeast Romania. The agency is in charge of generating strategies of socio-economic development, including the strategy for smart specialization, or as we call it, RRI3 Northeast, And the agency attracts and manages resources for the implementation of these strategies. We mainly deal with industrial activities, so non-agricultural activities, and that will be important further on. And of course, we focus on innovation through our strategy of smart specialization, and we cover both urban and rural areas, however, keeping the concentration on industrial activities. We have 7 priorities of smart specialization in our region, among which is agri-food and tourism. And for TeRRIFICA project, we choose to focus on the mountain population of our region. It's quite representative, and these are people that have their own specific needs and assets. Sometimes they are not very well aligned with the common industrial areas needs. So for TeRRIFICA project, we focused on a smaller region in the western part of the territory, which you see here surrounded in blue. It's a territory of 2 local action groups, and we have chosen from the 7 smart priorities of the region only the agri-food and tourism. We addressed innovation in these areas, taking as reference 2 main pillars of RRI, and these are the public engagement. In this respect, we developed a local consultative tool for setting innovation agenda, and then, of course, on digitization, trying to develop an electronic tool, a brokerage platform for research, development, innovation in the target territories. In what regards the consultative tool, it was based on the entrepreneurial discovery process consultative tool that we have developed in Northeast Romania in the latest 5 years in cooperation with the Joint Research Center of European Commission. It is a JRC. And this is a methodology based on focus groups, on surveys, and we had multiple encounters with target communities in triple helix and quadruple helix focus groups. For those of you who are not familiar with the terms, triple helix means in public administration, companies, and local communities like NGOs, associative structures. And in quadruple helix, we added academia and research to these 3 previously mentioned categories. Then we conducted some surveys online, and this process is, in essence, a decisional process. During the discussions, people analyze the situation de facto, and they extract needs and challenges, then together try to find some solutions. Once these solutions are identified and the needs are specifically mentioned, they have to be prioritized, and the exercise of entrepreneurial discovery has some methods which helps communities to prioritize these needs. It is also a very creative process because everybody has a share. It's a brainstorming of ideas, and this brainstorming, however, is done within some reasonable, scientifically reasonable limits. And that is why we call it reasonable creativity. There are advantages for all participants in the process, but in particular for the communities, which had a voice in what is called innovation agenda setting. The innovation agenda setting is usually done at county level or regional level. Now we brought the process into community, at community level, in communes, exactly, and villages. Of course, together with the innovation agenda settings go the strategy for investment. So we're talking about investment decisions. And all these needs that have been identified were reasonably assessed and aligned through conversation to a full bottom-up approach to exchange ideas and methodologies and solutions. Communities have fully benefited from the results of this process because in the end they can adopt solutions resulting from the process and develop projects and apply for financing or find other resources to actually implement the ideas that were resulting from these focus groups. For the research and innovation professionals, the experience was new because they are usually discussing with specialized publics, with public administrations for bigger cities, with specialized publics in general. Now they had the opportunity to go in villages and in communes to discuss with a total new range of possible beneficiaries of their innovation activities. So professionals from academia had the possibility, after listening the local needs, and after making their own research regarding the target territories, they could bring in solutions and ideas, and especially they could channel the discussions within some scientifically reasonable limits. They were the people who said, this is possible, this is not possible, or you could do the things this way, or other ways are more effective than the others. So this was their main contribution to this consultative tool. Then, of course, they could identify some research topics and some opportunities for partnerships and even for trade. And when I say trade, I mean research and innovation services that can be actually contracted by communities, by villages, by communes, in order to implement innovation processes. And this was mainly what we have done in terms of consultative tool. In what regards a digital tool, it was a platform that we have developed for the target territory, for the two economic fields of agri-food, forestry, and tourism. And the aim of this brokerage platform was to bridge local communities as potential beneficiaries of innovation with the research and development and innovation organizations, with research organizations that are the generators of innovation. Actually, communities had the possibility to upload project ideas and to search for partners in the region. And the research activities had the possibility to put on the platform their service offers, an offer for R&D services, from literature review and feasibility studies to prototyping, to project making, planning, and including for creative industries, for branding, for marketing, etc. So a full array of academic activities that can be useful for these communities and can be subject of various projects. This tool was developed by Northeast Regional Development Agency, and we conceived some templates like specific user profiles and templates of project fiches with minimal but necessary information to be included in the platform. We have designed interactive processes for the validation of the proposal forwarded, so to offer a trustful instrument for all sites that are using it, and the processes for interaction and for traceability of what happens on the platform. Nevertheless, because the tool was digital and the communities were not so familiar with this environment, we facilitated the usage of the platform, and we provided support for the users. And this was a dedicated team within Territoria project that worked together with the communities to help them use this platform. Of course, the process was kind of complex and difficult, and we encountered challenges. First, we had to adapt a methodology of discovery process that we have indeed tested and developed, but at regional level, and we had to adopt it to a micro-territorial level, from a regional to a small community level. Then we moved from urban territories to rural environment. That was new for us, especially considering that we are addressing industry and industrial activities, and now we had a full array of other sorts of activities. Then we shifted from a very specialized public that is usually attending our encounters to a public that was less specialized, and the topic of innovation was not very familiar to this communities. Nevertheless, the research was also new. And of course, because COVID pandemics, we encountered the most important challenge, and that was to work from a distance, and is to work mediated by internet tools. In small communities, trust is very important, and trust can be hardly built online. So we had to adapt our offline methodology to online interaction, and we had to design new tools, but still we had to keep a minimum of face-to-face interaction. And we worked in small groups and including one-to-one encounters. Otherwise, activities in rural areas would have been practically impossible. As I said, there were communities with a low innovation propensity because they have more stringent needs, more basic needs for infrastructure, for other sorts of investments, and innovation was seen like a useful but maybe too luxury activity. And we had to explain that innovation is actually providing a more effective and more timely answer to a common need, and then the community was more open to this discussion, and they adopted a lot of the solutions that were proposed. Then we had to face the challenge of asymmetry in terms of knowledge and topics that were discussed, because you can imagine research and innovation stakeholders discussing with agriculturists or promoters of agri-food companies. It was a little small companies. It was a very difficult dialogue, and we mediated it. Then it was a language asymmetry, scientific language with common day language. And the lack of familiarity, as previously mentioned, with the online tools. So we had to make people more familiar with including Zoom platform, and to express all their problems and all their needs in this mediated manner. For us as a regional development agency, it was an asymmetry in what regards the intervention area, because now we were dealing with a lot of interest in agriculture and tourism and more activities that were not our main focus, which is industrial. So we had to manage all these things, and I think we could successfully intervene in order to implement the activities of the project. In the end, we can say that we as an agency have acquired a very useful know-how in planning and setting local communities' innovation agenda, and all these insights help us shaping our activity in the future. We got a better knowledge of a category of stakeholders that maybe were not our first priority in the events that we organize in the region. There were important insights that, of course, we will include in our strategies from this moment on. We could verify, and we've seen that a consultative tool that was developed at regional level could be successfully applied at a micro-territorial level. And most important, the brokerage platform that we have designed for these target territories, so for 2 associations of communes, it's now extended to the full region, and we moved from 2 smart specialization fields to all 7. And now we are in process of extending this platform, and we create other complementary tools like interactive maps of RRI service providers. So it was a very good starting point. For the local communities, it was a very valuable opportunity to learn about each other's needs, and to learn about possible solutions provided by research speakers invited, or by other innovative companies, and to learn about each other's needs in terms of communities and villages who were maybe not very well aware that they have some common problems, and they could provide common solutions in more effective ways. It was a good opportunity for them to build capacity in what regards innovation management and innovation project management, and nevertheless for getting used to new digital tools like this platform, but also with working in Zoom platforms and other mediated means for interaction. In the end, communities in the region learned about this process and expressed their willing to test in their turn this all that we have developed. So we can say that there is a replication potential that is already somehow in place. This is all from our project now, and if you have questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Agata Filimon. Due to the time frame, I think we have to shorten questions, if you agree, because we have another presentation now from coming from Central Macedonia, and I'm not sure whether you could bring in the 2 ladies. I would say I'm not introducing now the CV, I'm just letting them give the speech, and hopefully they will short it to 10 minutes if possible. They are not connected yet, I guess, right? Okay, no, fine.
Hello?
I'm waiting.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Can you see my screen as well?
Oh yeah, you are both of you. Okay. I said I have to shorten a bit because we are a bit running out of time. So I won't introduce you in detail, Kalica Pandazzi and Elena Papa. I would like to ask you to shorten your presentation, if possible, to 10 minutes. Would that be okay for you?
I guess so, yes. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Just give me a sign when I should stop.
Okay, fine. So please,
okay.
We are looking
Can
forward.
you see my Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it. It's great. But it's not the presentation mode yet. Oh, yeah, now it's fine.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for inviting us here today to share our experience in the Territoria project. It's me, Kalica, and Eleni, who is my colleague in the Territoria project. We work together in this very interesting project, as Agatha explained before. So I will skip Territoria because Agatha did it, and I would like just to a small introduction, more explanation about where we come from. We come from the region of Central Macedonia, from Greece. Our region is located in the northern part of Greece with almost 1,800,000 permanent inhabitants, showing a bit of decreasing these last years. The region consists of 70% of the country's population and producing 70% of the gross domestic product. It's actually the largest Greek region in terms of size and the second largest in terms of population. It consists of the 7 regional units that you see on your screen, and actually, the sectors that have been identified as the major economic sectors in the region are the agro-food sector, the building materials, tourism, and the textiles. And apart from these, there are some science thematic areas that work as innovation catalysts in the region, which is the information and communication technologies, the energy, the environment, and transport and logistics. This is the profile of our region. Central Macedonia is identified as a moderate innovator. The innovation performance has increased in our region about 30% over time and is ranked as a 9th top faster growing region in the European Union. The Regional Innovation Index, which summarized 21 innovation indicators, improved by 50% in 2021 compared to 2014. In the new research and innovation strategy for the period 2021 to 2027 includes the support of circular economy in the fields of textiles, food, green tourism, and building materials. As for the climate action maturity level, the strategy of the region of Central Macedonia for dealing with the threat of climate change is implemented through the so-called regional strategy for adaptation to the climate change, which has its main objective the reduction of vulnerability of the region to the effects resulting from climate change and its shielding against it. Well, the Territoria experience of the region of Central Macedonia. It all started with the identification of the following very challenging, very tempting challenge, let's say. We saw that although the research and innovation community was growing and expanding, there was a significant underrepresentation in the field of research and innovation. The quantitative underrepresentation of females was particularly evident in the high authority positions in research and innovation organizations and in general in institutions oriented in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So the Territoria team of RCM addressed a few other more multi-layered issues that females and minority groups face in research and innovation positions that led us to the creation of a gender equality plan aimed to meet challenges heavily linked to female career progression, gendered science, confronting social and cultural stereotypes, the protection of female role models, the gender-neutral language, the use of gender-neutral language in institutional communication, the work and life balance, and addressing sexual harassment and gender-based violence, and of course, in general, the raising awareness on gender issues. Our main and final output was the production of a gender equality plan. So this is somehow a spoiler for our project, but this is for us to show you that it was not the final output that was important, but the path that led us to the creation of the gender equality plan. So the main focus was, of course, RRI. You heard a lot about RRI in this meeting today. Let's see if we're on the same path. So we started organizing our procedures together with the pandemic. When we started our first meeting, the pandemic was here, so we had to transfer, as Agatha said, our physical meetings to online meetings. First, we organized the 3 online bilateral meetings to start the co-creation of the GEP with the representatives from academia, industry, policymakers, and citizens in order to be inclusive and to achieve the participatory engagement. Then we established a broad gender equality committee consisting of lots of politicians, but also representatives from other organizations and the civil society in order to be more ethical, our work to be more ethical, acceptable by the public. Then we implemented an online rights shop and the Citizen Summit to be more social attractive. We then split our participants, the participants from the previous meetings, to 2 action groups. One was working on the female career progression, and the other one on the internal regulations of the research performing organizations towards gender equality. Then we presented the first draft of the gender equality plan in order to receive some feedback. We had an important meeting with the One Stop Liaison Office, which is an institution inside the region, which actually is responsible for developing the regional smart specialization strategy. Then we presented, in order to promote and to evidence the sustainability of the gender equality plan, we present and entered the monitoring and evaluation part of the GEP. And at the end, we were proud to present the gender equality plan to the regional research and innovation organizations during a big national technology forum called Beyond, which was live, and it was actually our first face-to-face meeting during territorial RRI procedure. So speaking about the key challenges, I know that many of them were mentioned today in this conference, but I think they are very important. First of all, it was the language. I know that in English, RRI has some difficulties, but you can imagine how difficult it is in Greek, because there are no common definitions about the RRI definition, so it's a difficult concept to communicate. Then it's always difficult to attract stakeholders. It's really difficult to engage, especially online, as I said before. So it was really a challenge for us, especially concerning the civil society and the citizens. And on top of this, it was the COVID, with the lack of physical interface and interaction, which made things even more difficult. For us, it also made really hard to implement was the fact that the legal frameworks and administrative proceedings are not always easily adapted. We found out that when you introduce a new tool, for decision making or for doing things in your organization. Even if this tool is about democracy and about how to be more inclusive, this makes a risk for generating further bureaucracy. So it was a really challenge for us to explain how this new procedure will not add more work in what everybody was doing at that time. And of course, it's always the problem of funding. There was no funding for RRI procedures or for gender equality changes. Most of the fundings and the budget that the region has at that time was dedicated to the enterprises of the region that were facing damages from the pandemic. But apart from these challenges, there were many things that we achieved. We managed to organize open events, even online, and we attracted the interest of relevant stakeholders. And participated, we had many participants and we participated as well in other events that helped us to be heard to a larger audience. The focus groups and workshops gave the chance to all the stakeholders to probe their strengths and initiatives. And we used design thinking tools, even online, in order to achieve the most creative results. At the end, the gender equality plan was co-created by all the stakeholders. The indicators that are mentioned in the gender equality plan will be promoted in order to be adapted in the monitoring of the RIS3 strategy and will be included in the agenda that for setting the next strategy. The memorandum of understanding that was developed is going to be signed by the regional stakeholders, and suggestions for inserting gender and equality principles in the S3 were developed. Our team, the Region of Southern Macedonia team, is now ready to promote and recommend many tips and many opinions about the integration of gender equality and inclusiveness in the regional innovation strategy. Such principles can be acknowledged within the strategic documents of these policies, resembling to a declaration of principles. Proceeding a step further and with specific reference to regional S3 specific objectives can be set, encouraging, for example, female representation in STEM industry and various startups. Also, specific funding suggestions can address the funding of actions related to women entrepreneurship, such as young entrepreneur women, as well as other underrepresented groups. In the Territoria project, we applied the RRI principles for the scope of the project and also for the methodology of the project. Of course, the development of a territorial JEP for RRI organizations contributed to their responsible upgrade. The research and innovation organizations that co-create the JEP along with the territorial team achieved to engage all types of quadruple helix stakeholders and listen to their perspectives about gender equality in the region, develop strategic areas and measures that correspond to the region's needs and challenges, and adapt in the future a sustainable gender equality plan. That's it for us. I hope I made a point about how important was the RRI procedure to achieve a gender equality plan in the research and innovation world.
Thank you very much. I think since you are joining us for the final roundtable, we could then have the question and answers all together, if you agree. So then I would love to ask my guests here on the stage. because we will having the final roundtable. And you will stay with us online, I think, no? They will stay with us online. Okay, perfect. That's great. Von Schomberg, you are joining us as well. Ah, yeah, Margot Betsy is there. Fine, perfect. So we are all together. And the audience, of course, you feel free to interfere with questions. That's what we want, because we had dense information today, during the sessions. It was amazing how much information we got all. I think we are all a bit saturated with information, but let's try to summarize a bit and see what questions are maybe raising up and what we learned from the sessions, having a discussion all together. I would like to ask first René von Schomberg, because you mentioned this morning that we have not established capacities to anticipate or direct science and innovation towards socially desirable outcomes, you said, and also how to make the transition to sustainability. What would be your recipe? Do you have an idea how could we change this actually very quickly, because we don't have time left, as we learned today. Climate is changing and we need to change as well. Humans need to change and to adapt. What is your suggestion? How could we help?
Well, it's a good question, but the answer would be a new lecture, I think. But yeah, well, a short answer. I think research and innovation was a long time, and I think still it is in most Western countries at least, is a goal in itself. It's sort of undirected consensus on that investing in research and innovation is a goal in itself. It does not matter what it produces. So obviously I'm an opponent of this vision. I think that research and innovation should be value-driven. And value-driven means, of course, the question, okay, do we then agree on values? And then we say, well, you argue in European Council, they argue about everything enormously long. Do we actually agree about fundamental things like values? And I think we actually do. We agree much more on core values than we imagine. And I think, you know, to sum it up, especially when it comes to sustainability issues, after decades of long deliberations at international, local, and regional levels, we have agreed on major things which the world community faces in terms of things like you know, food security, climate change, and so on. It's a common challenge. It's a common. It responds to very basic human needs, which we all want to respond to in terms of delivering on very fundamental things for the human nature.
Yeah, you gave this fantastic example.
So this is So this value-driven innovation is, I think, in the end, less contestable than it is. Only our systems are not geared towards that. So I think it's innovative to have what I mentioned in my lecture on mission-oriented research, which is nothing else than gearing research and innovation much more in a value-based context. But that makes it also controversial, because at the local level we will have to articulate what this means, and this has been happening in your projects. I mean, this is why I like also these projects, because it articulates the conflicts which we will then have when we try to implement it, and some of the values on which we all agree on, if you implement them in concrete cases, then they become also in conflict with each other sometimes. So this exactly. So this is the practical challenge connected with it, and you know, this is why I'm impressed by the work you did in you know, the people who have been working on these projects. So the short answer is a little bit value driven. It also reflects a little bit on what, well, not a little bit, it reflects the challenge for scientists to broaden their horizon in terms of responsibility. We have phrased, I mean, scientists are even worse than people at the European Council. If they have to agree on something, it takes much longer. It took scientists, the Academy of Science, took more than 3 decades to agree on a code of conduct in terms of research integrity. And this research integrity code is even still too narrow, much too narrow to capture the RRI perspective. I mean, I can give you many examples. Maybe I should give an example. I mean, yes, something which actually was brought up in, it was actually brought up by a journalist. Very often these things come through the media first, which is already a bad sign. This concerns an organization, a small organization actually from German car manufacturers. So BMW, Mercedes and Volkswagen were concerned. And they had been financing a project which was conducted in Albuquerque in the US, where they tested apes on exhausts of diesel cars. And the car actually was also manipulated in a certain sense, and there was an uproar about that. This is, when it came out, it was unacceptable. But interesting enough, already years before, there had been the similar experiments done on humans to see, and actually the idea was of these car makers to challenge the WHO standards of nitrodioxine oxygen, whether this is actually bad for human health. So they tested humans on this. This was not much in the anything, but when it came out, immediately the politicians and also actually the car makers, they all distanced themselves immediately from this research. They say, well, this is unacceptable. But interesting enough, actually, the university where I was working now, actually, and they had a rather broad facility to do an ethical evaluation of research. So this type of research was actually authorized by an ethical committee. It was authorized by scientific integrity standards. And if you look actually at the narrow basis of how this experiment was done, then you can also say that scientifically speaking, there was actually nothing wrong with it. I mean, you can do, of course, these experiments. In terms of code of conduct, it went all right. But we of course understand that this was not the thing we were waiting for, obviously. And that the issue of responsibility goes much beyond a code of conduct, what scientists think they themselves are responsible for. Hence, my concept of co-responsibility is that we need a problem definition which matches, of course, the problem definitions people have in society. And obviously, their problem definition of try to tackle the nitrodioxine issue is not the problem definition nowadays most citizens would have from the same issue. And this is actually the interesting thing about citizen science as well. I mean, I have to congratulate again, our project partners, because this brings in the perspective of how citizens see the problem definitions, and then also the scientific approach to these definitions, to this work will come into a different light. And then you will also, of course, you would never have had such an experiment which now just by accident came up in the public because somebody from the New York Times got after it. So you see this example where the responsibility of researchers have to go beyond purely the responsibility for the science code of conduct towards working together in terms of collaboration. It needs another focus. I mean, we have made science too competitive, and we have to become more in a collaborative mode, not just among scientists, like the COVID cases has shown. Collaboration is essential actually to get outcomes quickly, but also in collaboration in terms of expanding our knowledge actors, because citizens, but also other stakeholders, they are also knowledge producers, and collaborating with them is first of all not only collaborating on the science, but collaborating on what is the problem. How do we agree? Can we agree on the problem? Okay, so I'm talking too long. I'm sorry.
Was really very interesting, your answer. I would like to come back.
I apologize for my long answer.
I would like to come back to the slogan of our conference, actually, because we should focus on this topic, embedding RRI for smart and climate-resilient European regions. When I answer to your question, we have also to enlighten. We have also to enlighten the public, actually, the citizens, because if they know the story, then they would also push a bit the governance sector. How do you feel about that? We have been discussing also the very academic level of RRI, Margaret, Betsy, and I on the phone. Maybe you would like to say something also on the way we should really perform this process.
Are you speaking to me, Isa? Who are you?
Sorry, you can't see me.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No.
I don't know where is the.
Yeah.
You can don't.
No, just wanted to be sure
because
if
we
you
are
were
on the
addressing
stage.
me.
You can't see us. We are we are on the stage, but we can see you.
Yeah, no, I can see you as well.
Oh, okay, perfect.
You are.
Perfect.
Just wanted to be sure because the microphone sometimes went up and down. If you were addressing me for this question or not, because I heard
I just wanted to involve you as well in the discussion.
Yeah,
because we have been discussing this very theoretical level of responsible research and innovation, and to how to break it down actually for the public, for the citizens. What is maybe your idea how to, also how to communicate this on the policy level, because that's what is foreseen next week in Brussels.
Yeah, actually, the solution, I don't have the solution. I have the reflections that we have made.
Yeah.
I have the challenges that we have faced, and certainly some conclusion can be drawn. We saw two things that happened when RRI was applied, when we try to apply it at a territorial level. So one thing, it is the difficulty by not only policymakers, by the stakeholders in general, to orientate themselves among the many layers that the concept of RRI has. RRI is made of many layers that are hardly identified or understood. From my experience, I also saw that even practitioners identify themselves sometimes with certain levels and layers and not others. What I mean, the RRI is made of the value level, where we mention inclusivity, anticipation, reflexivity, transparency, responsiveness. Then there is the governance level that is made of norms, procedures, criteria, where the value are embedded. Then there are also specific policy areas that are mentioned in the RRI concept, like ethics, gender issues, open access. These are not sectors, but policy areas. Then there is the methodological aspects that helps implementing and operationalizing RRI. I refer to the stakeholder engagement method, to science education approaches, for example. These are means. These are layers, are levels. It's very difficult for somebody who doesn't study that to have a whole, a comprehensive understanding of it. So we saw that, and also, so this matter of variety translates in the issue of addressing these many dimensions. It is clear, therefore, that addressing them all for a territory, a region, in a specific context, any specific context, it's impossible. One shall start small, from one procedure at a time, one priority at a time, one means or one approach at a time. And this leads me to the second reflection, that not every context is ready or willing to address all these layers, because the specific contextual situation are of course linked to different cultural situation, political situation, yes, cultural background. For example, some cultures are much better off for what concern a culture of administrative transparency and accountability, better than others. Some culture are much more experienced in citizens' engagement. They do since many decades, compared to other member states, if we speak within Europe, for example. Some other are much more advanced in inclusivity, and other in sustainability policy and activities. So these cultural, political, historical differences then have an impact on the capacity to also identify priorities. If there's something I can say, for my experience, is that there is a more generalized issue in any member state or situation in understanding the concept of reflexivity and anticipation within the science and technology policy context, unfortunately. So on that,
we learned that there is not a one-fits-all approach. Everybody has to go for their own journey, right?
Their own journey, and certainly RRI will take a big variety of shapes. Yeah. We have to expect a big variety of shapes, and certainly there is an issue of naming, of labeling, of definition, identification, helping in focusing, in positioning, and in translating into practice. This we already know, of course, but this is to be, we have to put our attention on that, because RRI can and shall and will happen at different magnitude. The big strategy, the small administrative procedure, the valorial level, the sectorial level. I think that is in the nature of this, because this is a complex concept, and the effort should be really focused in campaigning throughout this complexity. Also to avoid that people say, oh, I'm doing stakeholder engagement, so I'm done with RRI, I've done, I'm doing RRI. No, you are doing a part, but RRI is much more.
We need to help them understand the language to all the different stakeholders. Thank you very much, Margaret. I would like to tackle another issue, because Mihail Leskovar mentioned this morning a very interesting aspect, the funding. That funding should be rethought in a different way, at EU level. I would like to discuss this topic with my partners here on the round table. Would you like to spontaneously go? Norbert maybe also, or also René, Norbert maybe first. Norbert Steinhaus. Sorry, you don't have the microphone.
Of course, from many years of experience, I have some thoughts on funding, and this is also based on what René has said on value-based research and needs-based research. We are promoting that for more than 40 years now in the science shops, that we have to address the local problems. But what we always face is the academic system with the stubbornness of the academic system. I always compare them with a container ship on the ocean. It's hard to change the course. So we need the speedboats, we need the tugboats to change the course, and of course funding plays a role in it. Besides, fighting the argument of freedom of research, which we always get when we talk about value-driven and needs-driven research. But I think in funding there are a couple of opportunities on the larger scale and on the smaller scale. First of all, in my opinion, we need small-scale funding for projects. Yeah, so offer the opportunity for smaller organizations to apply for funds. Because when we are now thinking about €5 million funds, there's no NGO applying for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, so this is very difficult for them to run
the
this
administration
administration issues for these huge projects. But if we look into the calls themselves, what I recognize, because I'm also evaluating European projects, there's at the moment, although RRI, at least the values of RRI can be found throughout many calls in Horizon Europe, there's still a misunderstanding. It's not taken up properly. There's what I read is a misunderstanding between open science and open access. So when the call mentions open science, we get information about open access, but not all about the other elements of open science, which include public engagement. Yeah, so this is one. So it needs a better understanding on this. And I had a discussion with Glenn about it. We have the aspects of gender as core elements to be addressed in calls, at least in many of them. Why not having the same for public engagement? So this would be something from the funder side to put it in.
Very good impulse for the Brussels meeting.
And
I would put it on the paper.
I already wrote it down. And of course, there's this element of evaluators. So there's a lack of knowledge about certain aspects when it comes to evaluating proposals, and there's a lack of knowledge about the role of engagement and how engagement is done properly in its full implication. Yeah, so
TeRRIFICA has shown it.
Yes, and therefore there are possibilities on the funder side by putting in these aspects as core criteria and also training evaluators. And of course, what I would love to see is an openness on the applicant side to say we don't have the capacity or the skills right now to do this in full, this public engagement element, but we outline a strategy how we are going to implement this during the first phase of the project. And if this is understandable, then I could also agree to support a proposal which probably does not fulfill the criteria in the first, but it intends to do it, because then I can expect a learning process from all people involved. So there are a couple of small adjustments which are possible in the funding schemes, not only the big ones.
You wanted to add an aspect because you wanted to say something earlier.
No, I just want to give you an example of what happened they analyzed the situation of research funding in Australia, which is, let's say, a country of around 60 million inhabitants. What they did was how much researchers actually spent on time to get funding. So they calculated that 500 years of resources were spent in one single year on getting grants which they did not get. So researchers apparently also over Europe, generally spend 30 or 40% of their time getting funds which they don't get. Imagine that all this time, so Australia was 500 years, so that means for Europe there are light years spent on nothing, right? They keep on writing research proposals for which they don't get funding. So let's now imagine that these people did not do that, but would work together on a societal relevant issue. What would this have meant in terms of outcomes? Just imagine this. So now, this is just, we have, this is a counterfactual argument. Of course, we know now since COVID that what it means if you force scientists to work together, because then you get something what we want, because they don't do it naturally. So the element of collaboration is, collaboration versus competition. I mean, you may need some competition at some point in terms of competing on good ideas or something. But competing on funding and competing on, especially of course now with the industrial area coming in, and the commodification of knowledge, the privatization of access to knowledge makes the constraints on the scientific knowledge system in such a way that our outcomes become counterproductive. So that needs to be said.
If I may add to that,
yes, sure.
The challenge of funding is even more pronounced in the Western Balkan countries, and I wanted to emphasize the role of civil society organizations as one of the main foster organizations for RRI, at least in our environments, in our ecosystems, because since their founding, civil society organizations are bound to be an interlocutor between governance, academia, and the community percent, private actors. So that's why maybe there should be an emphasis on fostering some funding opportunities outside Horizon Europe, outside Erasmus+, which are excellent per se, but smaller scale of only for the Western Balkans, so that they can be capacitated in their and fulfill their major potential as a foster and bringing forth policy recommendations and also responsible research.
Thank you very much. We were discussing earlier also the topic of how to empower local authorities, because most of the time they don't have really the power to push things forward, and that could be also an interesting aspect, how to empower them, how to give them more strength to push forward really the important issues. Do you have some ideas on that?
In that regard, I would say that the governance actors should by any means collaborate with research institutions, because you can get empowered decision-making only through evidence-based findings and research. And these evidences can be produced by academia and by civil society organizations, in my perspective, because I work in both. So that would be my input on that.
Very good, yeah. Norbert, you wanted to say?
We need people open, who are open for innovative and creative processes, also in local and regional administration.
And to build up trust also, no?
Yeah, and it's not just about trust. Just as an example, I recently tried to set up a proposal on disaster resilience, and the city of Bonn is working on that. Yeah, and I addressed them and said, do you want to be part of the consortium? Oh no, just let us set up our own agenda first before we think of going in a broader context. And this is what I experience in many administrative environments. So they are just narrowed into their own procedures and are not daring, also in institutions, so I cannot take my own institutions away from that, but too narrow in the own business, instead of at least putting some of the workforce into creative processes, thinking forward. So maybe the vision is missing. So we're just managing things instead of being creative and in visions. So this definitely refers also to politicians. There are no visions, they're just
good
managing.
Aspect as well. I would like to invite the audience, please. Joanna, later.
There are now many people on the podium and on the screen representing the triple helix player of the science. I sometimes feel like a guinea pig in a project like this. As a representative of a region, we all have time limits as well, and not only during the duration of the project, but most of the times you don't get the amount of time, for example, for nicely following 4 work packages. I mean, you have 6 months to complete your complete policy paper, including participation, including this, including this, and that, and that's fixed. There's nothing. There's not to be discussed with the higher levels. So my point is, it's not. We are very willing to cooperate, but in especially these kind of projects take their own time, and you need to invest that time. It's mostly your personal time as somebody working for a decentral government, not national governments. It's one of the aspects I completely miss. RRI on the national member state level. I haven't heard anybody in The Hague about. They have the national science agenda, but it's minimal. If you compare that with all the other huge budgets for all moonshot kind of projects in the Netherlands. So the counter question is, how is this bottom-up impetus or stimulation we face from all these kind of RRI projects, how should that be addressed not only to the European Union, but more or less to the member states? It's the intergovernmental thing which is not changing at all, or is putting up new challenges like economic sovereignty or CHIPS Act or those kind of things.
May I? Yeah, just a comment. First of all, I'm working for an NGO, not for a university, so I face similar problems because I have to spend time which I'm officially not paid for to develop projects. So the question is, there are organizations working on the intergovernmental level, like ICLEI, for example, as network of cities and mayors. So they exist. So a good point would be just join a consortium and calling out to those who submit proposals, invite your administrations to become a full partner in these activities so that at least you will get paid for the work you invest into the project later on. Of course, you have to invest into the setup, but once it's funded, you get the money for it. But even at that stage, the perspective of being refunded for the work you're going to spend in 3 years or 4 years project time is not attractive for administration. So it must be something different than just the aspect I don't get my work paid. Yeah, so there must be, yeah, so I don't know what it is, yeah, but there are possibilities, and definitely calling out to my research and innovation colleagues, think more of inviting stakeholders from the very beginning into the setup of the proposal, not just inviting them as a community of practice later on when they have to spend their voluntary time on giving their input so that you are the ones who are squeezing their brain for free. Yeah, so just I think this is what RRI says. Involve all stakeholders in the agenda setting process from the very beginning. Of course, we are focusing on citizens, but citizens are not the only stakeholders in a research process. Yeah, so they were talking about companies, we are talking about administration, we're talking about governance. So I can only call for that. Yeah, so being open for that, or being even initiator on that, looking for organizations who follow one of your local administration or local governance aspects and say, okay, we want to move forward in this, can't we do it on a larger scale than just on the community level? Who could be a partner, be an active partner in these kind of processes? It's difficult, I know. So, Joanna.
A question from Joanna Morawska from Poland.
Yes, but now I'm thinking whether I should really ask this question, because this is a question related also to my research as a scientist and dealing with RRI. And this is a question about a little bit contesting myself and the concept. So let's maybe think of it as a start of a discussion during Ventina, and with Norbert, who said about academic stubbornness, which made me so what is really irresponsible research? And have you heard about science and research that is socially not relevant? I mean, I'm just thinking, how would you really define it? Because we are using this concept, and I'm using this concept, but I'm not really sure whether this does not lead partly to the science denials movement, you know? That if we include everybody, and if everybody can be called a scientist, so what is the role of university, and why do we always have to proof to the society that we are worth it, right? We are worth what we are doing. And just to give you an example about scientifically relevant research, the vaccination was developed very fast, what they said, right? 2 years. But in fact, it's a process of decades of basic research, doing by chemists, biologists all together. It was not developed in 2 years. It's a process of decades. And just let me, I'm a huge fan of citizen science, of co-creation, bottom-up approaches, but I'm just thinking whether we are not going sometimes too far with the judgment. So, yeah, this is what I wanted to say, and I'm sorry for this controversial comment at the last minute of the conference.
Somebody to comment, or not really? Yeah? If you like. Otherwise, I will have a last question.
Well, no, thanks for this answer. I mean, I don't want to give the impression that I would be against, let's say, blue sky or frontiers or research or something like that. This is always part of the funding as well. But to answer your question, what is responsible research? I think it's the 3 steps which we should make, and I think we did not go further than the first step, and that's where I used to refer to, that we try to first make research credible in terms of research integrity. So that's a very basic requirement. So good science somewhere is good for science everywhere. So this is more or less this universal concept. But one step further is, I think, is making research responsive to societal challenges. And that you can only do by opening up science. That means not opening up science in terms of opening within science, test among each other, but also opening up to other knowledge pursuers. But that's not yet what I would say RRI. That's even more demanding and probably even more utopian maybe. And that is making research anticipatory and part of anticipatory governance. So that means responsibility in two directions. One in the type of outcomes we create, and in the processes we create in order to get there. So both the process and the outcomes, which are interrelated, should be termed into this co-responsibility frame of RRI. So I think this is sort of a direction which we give, and I just to respond also to the other question on, I don't agree that RRI is not, for example, on the level of the state in the Netherlands. There are some pillars. I mean, the Netherlands is actually quite strong on foresight and anticipating risk. Also Finland, some other countries who have institutionalized forms of foresight, which is an element of anticipatory governance and also an element of anticipatory research. The question is more, do we mobilize these resources properly for the questions we want to raise in vis-a-vis what citizens, for example, demand? But I think it is there, and it's a core element of RRI actually. But I don't want to monopolize the discussion. Sorry.
Thank you very much. If there is no more question coming from the audience, or you raised your hand? No. Then I would have maybe a last one, because timing is quite advanced. I'm not sure whether some of you have to part or travel or whatsoever, so we won't stress the timing maybe too much. I would like to ask maybe Margaret again, what would you say is your major personal recognition benefit from the project? Could you maybe give us your idea? And this on the background of really the tremendous challenges that we have in the next decades. What would you say? What is your major recognition?
I think the journey that we made together, including the challenges, the misunderstanding, I'm speaking regarding the regions, but also the academic partners, the consortium in general, while everybody trying to define what was responsible research and innovation for us, which would be our focus and where each regions would have liked to focus in order to work. It was not easy at certain stage. It was not easy to balance between the methodology and the choice of the focus of the sectors. I think it was a learning process for everybody, and which every project is. But what I want to say is that this demonstrates that we are just at the beginning for what concerns the possibility to make this approach a reality from bottom up, from the reality of every context, territorial context. We are at the beginning of a journey, and there is so much to be done. But I saw the willingness, I saw the difficulties, but also the satisfaction at the end when the regions found their the right context and the right procedure and the right strategy where they could apply that. This, I think, it's the recognition. I must say, all this was very much complicated by the COVID, as also other projects told, because we're speaking about human relationship, meetings, engagement, and this was deeply affected. But I think it was a very interesting demonstration of this passage that we need to do from the policy value, big strategy level to the adaptation to very specific needs, and the complexity of stakeholders' differences in territorial level. This, I think, is the rewarding I got.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Margaret. I really like this metaphor of journey, and we are coming also to an end with our journey of today. Thank you very much to all my panel members. It was a really inspiring discussion. I will maybe try not, I could not summarize in 10 minutes or in a few minutes what has been done today, but it was really a terrific journey that we had with all the presentations. Thanks to all the speakers of today and to all our participants online, because there were a lot also subscribed online that we haven't had the experience to meet. I would, because you mentioned, I don't know who mentioned today during the discussion, you mentioned the COP conference that has taken place. And when I remember what Antonio Gutierrez said, the very, in my opinion, not very smart picture that he gave, while the climate chaos is moving forward, climate protection is faltering, and his dramatic player, a fight for life and death. So I think it really didn't make so much sense, but of course he showed the dramatic development, and he was saying we are on the highway to hell with our foot on the gas pedal. And when I see what has been achieved during those projects, I have to say, no, we are not on the highway to hell. We are doing a lot, and we are trying really to create new things and to change actually countries, regional authorities, and policy makers to go for a better. And I think we have to see it positive. As you mentioned, Norbert, we can't only see those negative effects, we have to see it positive. To give you a positive, maybe some positive examples, I'm going to the program anyhow, but I would like to give you 2 examples of innovation. I have recently read the report in the Times. Innovation is booming at the time. There's rapidly, in this rapidly shifting world, we have always new innovations coming up, and the Time magazine is publishing those innovations regularly. Around 200 amazing innovations. If you're looking at the recent issue, you will find them. And they added also a new category on sustainability. Really, a focus is particularly on sustainability. For example, they were giving an example of how fighting smog in India. So India, as you know, is home of the 21 of the 30 most polluted cities, the most polluted cities worldwide, and there are many air pollutants come from these auto rickshaw drivers that you may have experienced when you have been to India, that navigates through these congested streets. And Power Global, the company, created the EZ module, and this is a subscription battery service free for these rickshaw drivers who use cleaner electric rickshaws then, and it's for them very beneficial because it costs them $2 a day, and they make a living like $10 a day. It's a 30% saving for them per day, and these are really very nice innovations coming up. And also this tracking methane leaks. This is another innovation that is a really huge project, $90 million. A satellite has been launched by the Environmental Defense Fund. No, it will be launched. Sorry, it hasn't been, but it has been planned. It will be launched in 2023 and will help tracking methane emissions. It will circle the Earth every 90 minutes using infrared imaging to spot methane leaks. And this is predictive maintenance at its best. And I think these are nice examples that innovations will help also save the planet a bit. How to resume what we have heard today, it's really difficult. We had so many interesting talks and speeches. It won't really make sense to go to every session again. But I would say what we learned, it's a really challenging journey with responsible research and innovation, and it takes time to reach the policy level, and that's actually what you want to achieve also next week with the directives and the message going to the policymakers. But I think there are so many positive results coming out of the projects that there is really a good perspective that we will manage climate effects, and that we will have a chance in the next decades. So thank you very much for your attention, because I think everybody is getting slowly tired. Too many informations, but really exciting informations. And please, you transmit those informations also to your ecosystems, because this is how it works. It's a question of dissemination of information and bringing the messages across, and that's how things will evolve in the future. Thank you very much for participating, and have a great, maybe open science conference in the next 2 days, who will be staying in Belgrade. Some of you may stay here and have the chance to listen also to the other interesting speeches. Thank you very much again to everybody, and I wish you an inspiring journey with your projects also in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Goodbye.